Justamente ayer en la noche vimos que manda Farhan una noticia, ¿no? En el group chat que tenemos aquí de Elite Trading Academy. Y pone, güey, están empezando con los bombardeos. Hora de abrir longs antes de que abra la bolsa. ¿Por qué? Porque te dan las mejores oportunidades con el miedo que están metiendo antes. Dicho y hecho, ¿estamos en lo correcto, no? Vamos a platicar de ello en este momento. Bienvenidos, muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Feliz miércoles, mitad de semana. Quiero que sepan esto, el viernes tal vez esté aquí por unos minutos o tal vez no, porque voy a ir a ver el partido de España. Véanme, yendo a mi primer juego de un mundial. Estoy muy emocionado. Vamos a ver qué tal nos va. Pero tenemos mañana clase para todos los que van a estar aquí, clase exclusiva para todos los miembros de Elite Trading Academy. Así que traigan sus preguntas listas y puestas, cabrones. Pero justamente vamos a platicar de la guerra regresa con Irán. Esto es muy buenas noticias para nosotros, los inversores, y voy a explicar un poco el por qué, ¿no? Por qué me emociona ver que la guerra está de vuelta y las malas noticias. Honestamente, y esto no, la manera en la que yo leo los encabezados y la manera en la que yo leo el mercado es sencilla. Hay momentos donde no quieren que te subas, eso quiere decir que compres cosas, porque van a subir de precio. Y hay momentos cuando todo ya va a empezar a caer y lo que quieren es que te quedes. Y ahí es cuando te dan las mejores noticias de toda. Y eso es lo que a mí me ha ayudado muchísimo, poder entrar y salirme en los momentos correctos. Ahora, no siempre le voy a atinar perfectamente a los mejores momentos. Tienen que ustedes comprender esto. No es una ciencia completamente cierta que funciona perfectamente y una vez que aprendes esto nunca te van a sacar. Pero vaya que sirve cuando sobre todo estás comprando cosas en spot, ¿no? ¿Qué son cosas en spot para la gente que está empezando con esto? Son simplemente cuando compras acciones, güey. Vas y compras una acción, pues lo único que puede pasar es que lo que baje es lo que estés perdiendo de porcentaje, pero no te vas a ir a cero a menos de que la compañía en la que estés invirtiendo se vaya a la bancarrota. Pero normalmente cuando te dan malas noticias ya cuando el mercado está cerrado es porque van a calentar peores noticias para la mañana, van a bajar la bolsa y todo para hacer que te espantes y después va a continuar subiendo. ¿Ok? Esto no pasa todo el tiempo, pero lo que tienen que observar en este momento es ya lo castigado que está el sector de semiconductores, el sector de la inteligencia artificial, el sector de cripto en este momento, ¿no? Comparado con donde estábamos antes. Todo esto es una buena enseñanza, porque cuando, como les dije, ¿no? Cuando me salí que había vendido mis acciones de todo lo que había comprado antes en este año, les dije, güey, qué mejores noticias hay que ya se acabó la guerra y que todo esto y nos están prometiendo el sol, mar y las estrellas, ¿no? Entonces, cuando te prometen todo y te dicen que ya todo está bien, es porque va a bajar. La realidad es muy divertida. No te pueden mentir, pero lo que pueden hacer es engañarte. Y ahora van a decir, pero no es lo mismo. No, 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 no. La decepción, ¿cómo se dice? Decepción, deception, es un juego, ¿no? En inglés no sé cómo se diga. Es básicamente como un engaño que no, es como cuando, no, ponte tú, te pone el cuerno tu vieja, dice, dime, estoy seguro que te cogiste a Javier. A Javier yo no me lo cogí, pero se cogió a Fernando, a Roberto, a Miguel y a todos los demás, ¿no? Pero a Javier no se cogió. Entonces, güey, no es culpable. Te está engañando. No te está mintiendo. Simplemente está evadiendo tu pregunta. Lo del conflicto con Irán y todas estas mamadas, tíos, nadie de ustedes vive ahí, nadie de ustedes entiende esto de los bombardeos, nadie entiende completamente cómo funcionan estos shows que arman, pero entendamos que aquí en este canal hemos estado platicando desde antes de que empezaran los conflictos con Irán, de que ya los estábamos bombardeando por completo, al igual que era Siria, Irán y otro pinche país por ahí de mierda, ¿no? De esos pinches países culeros donde la gente café vive. um, entonces, todo esto que ocurrió ahorita, lo único que están haciendo es dándote noticias por ninguna razón. Y esto es lo que quiero compartir con ustedes un poco para que vean el estilo de miedo pendejo que les meten a todos por el culo. Y esto, una vez más, normalmente ocurre en fondos y es totalmente predecible y puedes saber exactamente cuándo comprar. No, pero te da una muy buena idea, ¿no? De todo ello. Y vamos a empezar con esta. El presidente Trump ordena que acabemos con todo el trade con España instantáneamente. Es porque probablemente España pasó a la siguiente fase del mundial, ¿no? La otra, Meta. Es que Meta está a punto de enfrentarse a una demanda o penalties. Eso quiere decir sanciones hasta de 1.4 trillones de dólares en una demanda por la salud mental de los niños. ¡Wow! ¡Qué locura! ¿Y Meta cómo está? Abajo. Esto me dice que Meta va a subir. India, el Banco Central de India, güey, acaba de banear las criptos. No, no, qué horror, qué locura, totalmente, definitivamente es lo que hicieron. Noticias de última hora, el presidente Trump confirma que el acuerdo para detener el acuerdo de alto al fuego entre Estados Unidos e Irán se acabó. No más van a negociar con Irán. ¡Wow! ¡Qué malas noticias en todos lados! ¡Wow! Y es que llueven todas. Cuando llueve, ¿no? ¿Cómo dicen en inglés es when it rains it pours, ¿no? Que cuando empieza a llover, güey, hay un pinche diluvio. ¡Oh! Que todas estas malas noticias. Entonces yo aquí es donde empezaría, si estuviera interesado en comprar acciones de inteligencia artificial, sobre todo con todo el miedo que han estado metiendo en inteligencia artificial. ¿Cómo es que los modelos de China son mejores que los nuestros y más baratos? Nunca vamos a poder pagarlo de inteligencia artificial. Una vez más, esta es la gente mierda que ayuda con estas noticias, que te dijo que compraras Bitcoin en vez de Nvidia, que te dijo que compraras Bitcoin en vez de SanDisk, que te dijo que compraras Bitcoin en vez de cualquier otra acción que ha subido como su puta madre. Porque recuerda, los billonarios tienen un compromiso a decirte la verdad porque les importa mucho. Y esto es lo que tienen que entender. ¿Quieres llegar a ser top en cualquier industria? Tienes que ser una asquerosidad de mierda de persona. En cualquier cosa, hasta siendo un creador de contenido. Una de las cosas que a mí me bajó muchísimo del tren de eso y que me cansó fue cuando empecé a ver a gente que yo conozco y que considero amigos intentando cortarme el cuello para no dejarme trabajar o dejar que a ellos los metan primero a ver un coche o no sé qué. Cuando para mí eso era diversión. Cuando llego a ese punto digo, güey, esto no vale la pena para nada para mí, nada. Luego cuando veo, ¿no? Sacamos lo del agua, la chingada, y viene una empresa de agua gigantesca, no es de agua, bueno, es de bebidas, gigantesca, que viene y pone noticias falsas, usa bots, hace todo esto para atacarte y crear campañas de desinformación para que todo el mundo te odie. No me interesa. A mí honestamente no me interesa ese pedo. Pero a lo que quiero llegar es, si quieres llegar a tope en cualquier cosa, tienes que ser una cagada de persona. Y te lo digo a todos mis amigos de mucho corazón, con todo el corazón puesto en la mano. A ustedes les venden una idea que ser billonario es la más padre del mundo. A todos mis amigos que son billonarios, sus hijos les tienen pavor a sus papás. Pavor, pavor. Casi se mean en los pantalones. Imagínate tú con tu jefe en la chamba. No se compara el pánico que le tienes a tu jefe o al güey más culero de todos en la oficina a lo que estos niños tienen con sus padres. Y ahora, cuando digo niños, hay gente de 40 años que tienen papás billonarios que conozco que literalmente hacen lo mismo a sus 40, 50 años. Estas son las peores personas del planeta. No te van a ayudar, no lo están haciendo por ayudarte, lo están haciendo porque lo único que tienen es dinero y están vacíos, los hijos de su putísima madre. Nada más. Entonces, cuando ellos vienen y te dicen que ahora nuestros modelos de inteligencia artificial no funcionan, etcétera, es porque ellos están comprando más de estas acciones, porque ellos han financiado todo esto y porque el gobierno les da también dinero gratis para poder comprar todas estas mamadas, aunque no lo creas, tío. Entonces, cuando te tiran toda la oleada de malas noticias y la bolsa ya está abajo, lo que tienes que hacer es comprar. Cuando te dicen, güey, ve qué buenas noticias, todavía vamos a subir más, tienes que vender. El mejor ejemplo que les he dado siempre es esta tontería que les cuentan ustedes de la incertidumbre en la bolsa. Es una de las mentiras más estúpidas que existen, en mi punto de vista, en el planeta. De las más pendejas. ¿Por qué? Porque dime cuándo sabes perfectamente que la bolsa va a subir. Y les he dado el ejemplo 1,000,000 de veces. En el fondo, en el 2022, les dijeron que iba a haber una guerra nuclear con Vladimir Putin. Cuando ya empezó a subir e iba a subir más, te dijeron que los bancos en Estados Unidos iban a quebrar. Y cuando no era suficiente porque todavía iba a subir más y empezar el bull run más grande que has visto en tu puta vida, los judíos tuvieron que ser atacados por los hijos de puta palestinos, que ya no se preocupen, ya convertimos a todos los palestinos en un estacionamiento completamente plano, delicioso. Y, y además le regalamos a Zelensky, alguien de que no te acuerdas. ¿Te acuerdas de quién es Vladimir Zelensky? Vladimir Zelensky. No, el güey de Ucrania. ¿Se acuerdan de Ucrania? ¿No? La pelea con Rusia. Ok. Les dimos otros 120 mil millones de dólares más. Toda esa incertidumbre fue lo que hicieron para hacer que todos ustedes se quedaran fuera de la bolsa. Entonces, tienes que entender, tu billonario favorito y tu presidente favorito y tus medios de noticias favoritos, ¿quieren que te subas a la bolsa con ellos? No, no, no. ¿Quiénes son los dueños de todas las empresas de noticias? Los fondos más grandes del planeta. Los fondos más grandes del planeta tienen todas las acciones y mueven el precio de todas las acciones. Entonces, cuando ellos dicen, güey, vamos allá a empezar a trepar los precios de todo, tenemos que decirle a todo el mundo que se vayan a la verga porque vienen cosas malas. Y entonces, ¿qué es lo que haces cuando ves que va a haber malas noticias en la bolsa? ¡Compras! Cuando ves que te tiran cripto en la tarde, pero no te lo tiran, por cierto, cuando te tiran cripto, que de verdad va a caer, no hay noticias malas. La chingadera esta baja 10%, solamente Bitcoin, todas las demás bajan 20, 30%, como en el 2000, al finales del 2025 que tuvimos el 10-10, ¿no? ¿Se acuerdan del 10-10? Bien. Ese tipo de eventos es lo que ocurre. ¿Y por qué? Porque no tengo una explicación. El precio se empieza a recuperar rápido y todos ustedes creen que fue una gran oportunidad de compra. Normalmente así es como te atrapan con el precio. No te dan malas noticias, te dicen, oye, sé que estamos en $126,000 en Bitcoin, brother, pero ahí te van, vienen malas noticias, así que lo mejor que podrías hacer es vender. No, si estás esperando eso, tío, güey, no sé cuántos años tenga, pero es que Alejandro, todo lo que dices son conspiraciones, es como si todo es literalmente mentira. Todo, todo, todo. La realidad no es real. Todo. Cada uno de ustedes vive solo en un universo propio donde hay diferentes espejos de todos nosotros apareciendo en él. Todo esto es la mentira más fácil que contar. Le sonará loco, pero voy a chingar a mi madre si mi cuenta de banco no habla igualito el mismo idioma el que yo. Es tal cual. No dejes que te intenten convencer con la lógica de lo que te han enseñado. Es así de fácil. Me encanta. Güey, no tendría chamba y estaría en la calle si esto no fuera real. A la verga. Y pasa lo contrario. ¿Estoy aquí para convencerte yo? No. Pero espero que alguno de ustedes empiece a dar cuenta de lo que yo me di cuenta algún día y me ha funcionado hasta ahorita. Y funciona muy, muy bien. Lo que yo les diría completamente, les digo, no hay como un punto donde puedas decir, güey, ¿sabes qué? Ya todo se fue al nabo y todo va a seguir bajando, todo va a seguir subiendo. ¿Y cuál es ese punto? ¿No? Es casi imposible de poder captarlo perfectamente, el fondo y el tope. Lo han visto, ¿no? Hay veces que sí compro el fondo del fondo, pero no pongo todas mis entradas porque digo, güey, va a bajar más, ¿no? Pero literalmente esto no es tan difícil, carnales. No es tan difícil de entender. Una vez que tienes tantito análisis técnico detrás y puedes entender las cosas básicas, no tienes un solo pedo. Entonces, solamente para que entiendan que funciona también con análisis técnico esto, y es por eso que se me hace importante que no tengas tus tablas y no te las den en Yahoo News y que confíes en lo que te dicen. Manipulan mucho la misma, una vez más, manipulación de información, no es la verdad. No es una mentira, es una manipulación de información, como la que te dije. ¿Te cogiste a Javier? No, mi amor, te juro por mi vida que no me lo cogí. Pero a Pedro, a Fernando, a Roberto, a Rubén y a Carlos sí. Pero eso no te lo dijo. Entonces, ¿te puso el cuerno? Sí, pendejo. Nada más no con Javier. Te sigue diciendo la verdad o no te ha dicho una mentira. Y es como manipulan los medios todo esto y es importantísimo entenderlo. Si quieren tener las Mis análisis pendejos que les mando acá en Discord, aquí se los dejo. El ciclo de Bitcoin está siguiendo perfectamente el ciclo del 2022 y aquí tenemos un poco de todo eso para poder compartirlo con ustedes. Gucci, ahí está, Vini. Un segundo, perdón, es más importante, Vini, que cualquier cosa. Hola, gordo. What's my little boy? Call him, sweetie. Go on, go on. Si quieren seguir esto, pues aquí lo tienen en Discord, es completamente gratis para que lo tengan. Aquí tienen todos mis análisis estúpidos que nos han funcionado bastante bien y aquí tienen la explicación del por qué estoy viendo todo esto paso a paso y voy a seguir con ello hasta que se rompa este análisis y también con todo lo que voy a hacer. Aquí lo tienen. También el mismo Discord de Elite Trading Academy, todos los menús están del lado izquierdo y en los análisis de Farhand por acá también. Y ahora Bitcoin va a confirmar una divergencia alcista con un cierre por encima de 63,875. Ahora vamos a ver si nos da ese pompazo. Solamente tenemos que esperar tantito. También tienen todos los análisis de Alex por acá. Y acá abajo tienen Criptolingo. Criptolingo son todas las abreviaciones que usan estos güeyes para hablar. Y también tiene el lingo de cripto, ¿no? Muchas son solamente abreviaciones como IMO, en mi opinión, pero hay muchas que tienen que ver con cripto y con trading más bien, no con cripto, porque como que cripto no es una industria que tenga su propio canal. Para la gente que se pregunta, sí, vamos a estar regalando todavía lo de Bitunix, nada más el lunes, porque cerraron el viernes el mercado, no sé qué pedo, no nos tenían el sorteo listo, pero nos lo van a mandar ahorita en un rato para que lo tengan en mente, damas y caballeros. Así que vamos a regalar $3,000 o $6,000 hoy, no estoy seguro, pero normalmente son $9,000 a la semana para que lo tengan ahí para ustedes que tradean en Bitunix. Y si quieres aprender pinche análisis técnico básico, güey, aquí lo tienes, métete a nuestro sitio web, no sé por qué no aparece mi imagen por acá, pero métete en productos. Y acá tienes el cursito de Cero a Trader. Güey, no, una vez más, no se trata de que te conviertas en un trader. Para mí se trata más de que puedas leer un gráfico, de ver dónde hay soporte cuando te están contando todas estas mamadas, de poder entender cuánto ha bajado algo cuando te den malas noticias o cuánto ha subido algo cuando te han dado buenas noticias y técnicamente qué es lo que tienes que hacer. Entender eso es lo único que yo busco de ti. Esta es la forma más barata y fácil de aprender estas bases, es de Cero a Trader. Esto está hecho para tontos como yo, porque así me hubiera gustado aprender. Literalmente con los términos más básicos, güey, enséñame en qué página tengo que meterme primero, porque en todo lo que todos los demás cursos que yo me había metido, que me gasté una buena lana todos empezaban ya a hablarme como si fuera un ingeniero en trading y ni madres, güey. Esto es como me hubiera gustado haber aprendido. Entonces, ahí lo tienen. Para los que van a venir a la clase de mañana, este es el paquete que tienen, donde lo que les recomiendo a todos para ustedes para aprender es esto. Vean el curso nada más, varias veces, no nada más una, porque toma varias veces de verlo para empezar a entender. Vengan estos en vivo, son gratis, güey. Vean lo que hacemos, vean lo que les digo y después de un rato van a entender, pero lo mejor de todo es que van a haber preguntas. Vas a decir, güey, no entiendo entonces por qué estás diciendo esto si aquí dijiste esto, ¿no? Pero en el curso no me enseñaste esto. Vienes y preguntas, güey, aquí, en una de estas clases. Esa es la idea. Además, en este paquete tienes el curso completamente gratis también, incluido. Tienes videos aparte, como cómo usar volatilidad, cómo apalancarte, cómo funciona el apalancamiento, cómo poner estas líneas memes como yo lo hago. Y también tenemos todas las clases ahí. Hay más de 150 horas de mí contestando todas las preguntas que nos siguen haciendo igualitas. Aquí todos los jueves para que lo tengan. Y también es la gente que nos puede preguntar en vivo, güey, ¿puedes analizar esta tabla para inversión? Todos los fines. Y pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a empezar esto sin más ni más. Aquí ya tengo a Farhan. Vamos a darle con todo. Good morning, sir.
Buenos dias, Cobertus.
How are you?
I'm good. Still wearing my shirt because I failed to I refused to let go. But we're hanging in there.
I remember my first World Cup and my first beer. Hey, it is what it is, dude. The United States played like it was a high school fucking team. So, Jesus Christ.
They played worse than when the women's national team played against a bunch of high schoolers.
I know, dude, but the women's national team in soccer is one of the best in the world, which is crazy. We're just fucking garbage. The problem that we have as men, the problem that we have is that all of our biggest athletes go on basketball, go into football, go into these other sports because they pay them $50 million a year. And soccer in here pays them like $10,000 a year. In Europe, it's another story. That's why Europeans are like what they are. But in here, we pay them nothing.
Yeah, everybody rather play basketball or football.
Yeah, dude. So why even baseball?
Oh, yeah, baseball, even in baseball, it doesn't even pay much, and they pay more than soccer.
Dude, baseball pays the biggest contracts in the world.
Do they?
Oh, yeah. The problem with baseball is you have to play all the time. Sometimes you play 2 games a day.
Where he said some dude was making $2 million compared to 50 from the soccer
side. No. But like you make $2 million by just standing on the field. So
shit, I got to get into baseball.
I know. Tell me those bitcoins.
Alrighty.
See what we got.
Yo, what up, boys?
Morning.
Top of the morning.
Nice little series of bad news bombs to open the market. I'm liking it. See, so new opportunities.
Start with daily on here. So we got momentum now starting to flip back down right at the edge of the bullish control zone, and it is taking out this previous high, whereas this price high was at $66,279. This one is at $64,000. This is a lower high on price, but a higher high in momentum, giving you possibility of hidden bearish divergence here. And this is going to require a close below $62,616 to confirm. And if this does confirm, this gives you a target down to somewhere around $59,000, $58,600, which is going to be the bottom 38.2%. And at that point, if you do take out this this previous region here on momentum, then it'll go into a hidden bullish divergence. Although it's seeming like quite a big if at this point, not really something that you want to. Oh, it's coming down to 58.6. I'm just going to long here because it can make a higher low here. You want to see bounce here, and you want to see a daily close over this 38.2%, and then you can start longing here. Otherwise, you probably should just sit out. 12 is now approaching that bottom 38.2%. 12 is also putting in hidden bearish divergence, which is now confirmed. You confirmed it on this candle here, and your easy target is going to be first 38.2% at around 61.5. And once you start getting closures below that 61.5 area, that's what brings you down to about $59,000. 8 hours also flipped to the downside, entering into the bearish control zone, and we are now losing the 38.2% on the 8 hour. That level is at about 62,200. Maybe you'll get a backtest of it, maybe not. But if you do get a backtest of it, that would be an opportunity to short the 62,200 zone, and you'd be aiming for $59,000 to $60,000 from there, which is the 78.6%. There we go. 4 hours already lost it. 4 hours very close to hitting the 78.6. That level is sitting at around $61,000. Does 4 hour even have any divergences here? You got some bearish divergences here, multiple drives, because you do have higher highs on price, lower highs on momentum. Okey-dokey. 2 hours, 2 hours bringing in a massive bearish engulfing dildo here, because you did trade above this wick high and you're about to close below. Any close below below 61,859 will confirm this is a bearish engulfing, and then you're likely going to come down to $60,000 from there, somewhere between 60 and 59. Did you? Oh, you did not take out this high, so there's no hidden bearish divergence on this one, but there's regular bullish divergence still active. You're going to be this is close to making a local top, though. This will be a local top, but then you close below 61,281, and this will give you a move down to somewhere around $60,000, $59,000. There's a little bit of hopium sitting here, though, because if you do see, there's a little bit of an inverse herpenderp, inverse cock and balls pattern right here, but this will require $60,000 to hold on a closing basis. So if you were to come down to the median, hold around $60,000, $60,000, then this could play out to the top 38.2%, and that level is at around 64,600. And then once you get that breakout, that gives you your target of the inverse head and shoulders, and that'll take you to somewhere around $69,000. And that's a very, very big if right now, because we have yet to see these important levels around $60,000 to $59,000 hold. 5 days getting a rejection from the 9. I would be looking for toward the 38.2%. Now that the 5-day has made its way back into the 38.2%, the level sits at around $60,000. Would like to see, or if you want to be bullish on this, you want to see this level hold, because if you lose $60,000 on a 5-day close, this is going to go down to $50,000 most likely at a minimum, and that'll be your move for somewhere between $50,000 to $49,000. And 5-day is still positioned to the upside, and now it is exiting the bearish control zone. If you were to mark off with a vertical line every single time momentum has exited the bearish control zone and see what happened with price. This one was September of 24, led us up originally around 12%, 21, 23%, 36. We're going to omit this one. Oops. This is probably going to be similar to the one that we have now, around 5 to 6%. I'm not going to take this because we made a lower low. This one, 11%. Let's take the immediate move first. 7.8 and then 11%. This one, 15%. And let's take the current one. This is around 7.48%. So the minimum move has been fulfilled so far. If you were to take it to that 11% move, that would bring us to about $67,000, and 13 to 15% brings us to roughly around $69,000, which would be around our 21 EMA. This whole thing requires or press on the what's the word? The prior, I can't think of the word right now, requirement that this 38.2% will hold. This assumes that it will hold. Weekly is now also starting to flip back up. Weekly is getting over that moving average now. Last time weekly flipped over the moving average was right over here. We got a pretty significant bounce from there. Sure, it led to a lower high, but this still was a respectable bounce. This was a bounce of, let's see, when we got back over that moving average, immediately around 16% and then further. Here's another example where we got back above the moving average. Right over there. So from here, we went up about 11%. Here's another example. Momentum went back over the moving average in the bearish control zone. From this point here, we went up a staggering 42.57%. But the more immediate move was around 10-ish%. And also, we do have a new, or not a new high, but we do have a high here, which is reclaiming the 200 SMA. We don't have a higher low yet. Two-week is also kind of putting in an SFP of these previous lows, not necessarily going to send you to the moon or anything, but should be enough to get a retest of this 38.2%, which kind of front ran a little bit, sitting at around $67,000. This will be invalidated once you take out 57,748. And currently, you do have bullish divergence on the 2-week. This will be confirmed with any close over 65,565. And once that does confirm, it gives you a move to 69 to 71,000. As of now, it's a little far from, not that far from being confirmed, just a couple $1,000. And weekly jewels, 2-week jewels now flipping over and rejecting the bearish control zone. This just does lead to more longer-term bearishness. And monthly is still flipped up, about to test the edge of the bearish control zone. This is where we should reject if we're going to be bearish. If this does make it back out of the bearish control zone, this probably will be enough to call a macro bottom, because every time that you've exited the bearish control zone on the monthly, the macro bottom has been in. If you look right here, exited the bearish control zone, this was the bottom of the bear market. You did several exits from this point. You go from here, we exited the bearish control zone. This was in the end of the 2018, 2019 bear market. We went up from like $3,000 to $14,000, $15,000 at that point. That's like a 4 or 5x on price. Even though it did lead into COVID, this then went back into the bearish control zone. You exited the bearish control zone again, and you got your bull market. So exiting the bearish control zone of the monthly is very significant. We haven't had it yet, so we can't front run that. The assumption is that it will reject the edge of the bearish control zone if we're going to make new lower lows. And here's another example, all the way back to the 2014, 2015 cycle. You were in the bearish control zone here. You made an attempt to exit. You rejected, made a lower low. And this is kind of the idea that if we're going to make a lower low, this should happen here, where we come back up, test the edge of the bearish control zone, reject, you make a lower low on price later in the year, and then you exit the bearish control zone later towards early next year, and that's when your bull market starts. And you don't actually hit new all-time highs until a long time after that. It's just that you're not hitting lower lows. But the real party doesn't start for a good couple of months after that. Alrighty. Quarterly also still flipped up. I mean, it flipped to the downside, still making a higher low on momentum, whereas price is still making a higher low, so there's no possibility of divergence here. This closes at around 63,352, and this one is at 62.7. This one is at 58. So this is a lower low from this low, along with lower low momentum. So there's no possibility of bullish divergence here. It's kind of close to putting in some hidden bullish divergence though, because you're close to taking out this low on momentum, and it would be a higher low on price as long as you're closing over about $27,000. So eventually this is probably going to be the hidden bullish divergence that ends this downwards market. But it's going to be a long time before that's confirmed. And 6 month is now flipping back to the downside with a loss of the 6 month 9. You've held this 6 month 9 in this entire bull market. The last time that you've lost the 6 month 9 EMA was in January of 2022, deep in the bear market. Sure, you went a little bit lower, but this was very close to the bottom. After that loss of the 9 EMA, you ended up going down around like 22%. See how much that is from here. Take it about 20%. Brings us to around $46,000. Interesting. Around $44,000 to $46,000, which is lining up with our 100% range on the HPDR. And that is where we got our last bottom at also. Interesting. It was right at the 100% range. COVID was right also to the 100% range. Interesting. Now let's go into... And there goes Tether. Tether is, let's see what this close is, 8.299. And this one is 8.47. So this is a higher low with a lower low momentum, giving you hidden bullish divergence on Tether, whereas Bitcoin's got bearish divergence. And this is going to require a close over 8.598% to confirm. And then this gives you a move into somewhere around like 9%. 12 hours also flipped up, about to enter into the bullish control zone, brushing up against this 38.2%. Is any divergence here? You're pointing some hidden bearish divergence possibility here, but it's going to require a close below 8.414% to confirm as of now. And if you get a close over this 38.2%, you're likely going to go up to 9%. Eight hours now over the 38.2%. 8 hours also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, so that's a little unlikely to confirm. With any close over 8.66%, this is likely going to shoot up to 9%. Four-hour also flipped up. 4-hour also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, although this will require a close below 8.591% to confirm. And as of now, you are closed over the 38.2%, and this would have a target of somewhere around 8.77%. 2 hours not flipping down. Any bearish divergence? Nope. And you're very close to getting a silver cross down too. Silver cross up. And from here, probably going to retest the 5. And from that 5, you should see expansion into 8.8%. Maybe you see a move down to the 9, not really that much lower. This would just be a silver cross retest once you get this cross. This is going to cross in like maximum 2 more closes as long as you're closing over about 8.595%. 2 days also getting back into the 38.2%. It's low here. Did we take it out? Let me zoom in. Yeah, we did take it out. And we're making a higher low, giving you hidden bullish divergence here on the 2-day also. And this will confirm with any close over 8.731%. And if this does confirm, this gives you a move into right around 9.14%, right around your current all-time highs. And we're very close to getting a bearish cross here with the pink about to cross below the yellow. And if this does reclaim the 38.2% here, putting in hidden bullish divergence, these are likely going to diverge. And then you're going to get the opposite move, which is going to be a massive pumping action move on Tether. Busting action. I mean, 5-day also getting very close to that median, which is around 8.76%, with 5-day now putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. And once you get that closure over the median, that's going to take you up to some nice new all-time highs, which will then very likely confirm your hidden bullish divergence. And volatility is almost at 0%. And weekly is also about to touch the 38.2%, which is around 8.91%. Anything else here? Weekly is putting in some possibility of bearish divergence, but this is going to require a close below 8.410% to confirm. This confirmation of this will give you a move down to the median around 7.8%. 2-week also right at the median. This median has been where you've been rejecting for the past like several weeks. All of your previous highs have been right at that median as a rejection of the median. So right now, if you do get a closure over that median, that would be a very significant change of structure. It would be similar to what happened here, where you went all the way up to the 61.8%, almost to the 78.6%. And the 61.8% right now sits at like 12%. That's a very significant new all-time high. That's like 40% higher than where we are now. Almost 40%, 38% higher than where we are now. And momentum is now starting to flip up, putting in hidden bullish divergence. It's looking quite good with the volatility at basically 0%. The jewel is starting to give you a fresh buy signal right at the edge of the bullish control zone. And you're not seeing really any rejection from the median so far. Sure, you got 11 days left to go, which is internally in a cryptocurrency line. And monthly has now come down to that target we were looking at, reconnect with the median, and we have got that reconnect with the median, and now we are getting that bounce. This was always from the beginning of the monthly open. This was always going to be more of a bullish or healthy retest because we closed very far away from that 5 EMA and that median, and this does like to come back and reconnect after a long time away from them, and then it likes to reconnect and then makes new higher highs. So we just got a reconnect, kind of front ran the 5, but this 5 is going to be pulled into price action on this next close. So then you'll get your reconnect, but you've already got your reconnect with the median, and as long as you're closing over 8.33%, this is going to get a move to new all-time highs around like 11% so far. But this level will change. Nothing yet. Quarterly is still flipped up. Let's check RSI. All right, so daily is about to put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 8.598%. It's fucking dyslexia. And that is going to target somewhere between the neutral zone and the simple moving average. And that currently sits at around 8.9% to 9.28%, right around your current all-time highs. $12-hour has a local bottom that's going to target 9%. 8-hour has a local bottom, going to target 8.78%. 4 hours got bullish divergence, going to target 9%. Come on. There we go. 2 days about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 8.620%. And this gives you a move into around 9.2%. Basically your current all-time highs. 3 days got bearish divergence. Fuck, I hate when that happens. And you've come pretty close to hitting the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone, kind of basically tapping it. And you're also taking out the previous low, which is giving you now possibility of hitting bullish divergence. And if you confirm that divergence, sends you to a new all-time high of around 9.78%. With volatility now back to extreme lows. 5 days got bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 9.019%. You've hit the easy target from the bearish divergence, which is the edge of the bullish control zone. And from here, if you, assuming you do close back over the 5, this will take you into current all-time highs at least. 6 days also got bearish divergence. You've already also hit the easy target on that. Let me zoom in on this. And now you're forming another drive of hidden bullish divergence on the other side. Weekly still got active bullish divergence. Going to target 9% from here. 2 weeks going to target 9.5, but nice new all-time high. Daily is putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence on Bitcoin. This will confirm with any close below 62,650, which you are below at the moment. And this will give you a move down into somewhere around 60,000, 61,000 for your minimum target. Then the next level is going to be 57,000. $12 hours got bearish divergence, going to target somewhere around $60,000. 8 hours got hidden bearish divergence, target $60,000. 4 hours got multiple drives of bearish divergence, targets around $60,000. That's in there. And hourly's got hidden bearish divergence, going to target around 61,000. 2 days also putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will give you a target of around 58,000 on confirmation. 3 days still got a local bottom here. So you have support at this level will update though in 9 hours. Simple moving average currently is at around 54,000, but this will update in 9 hours. 5 days still got active bullish divergence. This will still be active as long as you're closing over $60,224. Let me switch over to the index real quick. There we go. Get a more accurate number. This will be active as long as you're closing over $60,180. And your next target from there is going to be the edge of the bullish control zone, which is at, the bearish control zone, which is at 66.2. 6 days still got bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 66,130, and you are now taking out these previous lows on momentum, giving you possibility of hidden bullish divergence, but this has to close over 63,960 to confirm. If you do confirm, it gives you a move up to this 200 SMA around $69,000 to 70,000. Weekly still got 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below around 82,000. Actually, no, you can move it down to this one now, which is around $67,260. And you're also putting in possibility of massive drive of bullish divergence here because you're making a very significant higher low on momentum, whereas price is making a lower low. And to confirm this divergence, you do need to get that close back over 67,260. And then once you get that weekly bullish divergence, this has been on basically every single cycle except for the 2018 one has been the macro bottom. The 2018 one give you a very significant bounce, and then you made a slightly lower low towards the end of the year. That's likely what's probably going to happen towards this around this cycle. I think if you do confirm this bullish divergence, very big if you confirm it, likely takes you into somewhere around that $69,000-$70,000 area into the next couple of weeks, months, and then towards at the end of the year is probably when you get that lower low. Or you could just do it now and not confirm this divergence. 2 week also has multiple drives of bearish divergence. This is going to target the simple moving average from here, which is currently sitting around $56,000. And the edge of the bearish control zone, which is going to be resistance, is sitting at $70,000. And volatility is now back to extreme lows. Monthly's got bearish divergence also. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $76,318. And your next target is going to be the critical zone, which currently sits at around $26,000, but it will update. And quarterly's also got bearish divergence as long as you're closing below $114,000. Your next target is going to be somewhere around $49,000, 50 to 49. And same thing with the 6 month. You got 3 drives of bearish divergence. Your next target is going to be somewhere around $49,000 to $46,000. Alrighty. Tether is flipped down, but will flip back up with the daily close over 8.59%, which is very close to doing. Plus, it has hidden bullish divergence here for multiple drives. 12 hours already flipped up with the derp of life, also hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.43% with volatility back to extreme lows now. 8 hours also flipped up with volatility now starting to tick up from 2 periods of 0%, almost giving you that volatility setup, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.4%. 4 hours also flipped up with bullish divergence, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.46%. Plus, you're getting volatility now expanding with that momentum upwards. Come on. 2 days still flipped down with bearish divergence, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below at 9.12%. Although I do think this pivot is going to go down once you approach the edge of the bearish control zone on this next open. 5 days still down as long as you're closing below 8.6%. So this is very close to flipping back up. Once the 5 day flips back up, this is likely going to take you to new all-time highs. And 5 days also got hidden bullish divergence. Currently have hidden bullish divergence is possible, but currently you do have bearish divergence active. Weekly is still flipped up with volatility now expanding, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.47%. 2 week is also freshly up with volatility back to extreme lows, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 7.81%. And monthly is up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.52%, now entering into the critical zone for the first time in history in Tether. And quarterly is flipped up with volatility expanding from the lowest point ever, and you got hidden bullish divergence, and you're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 5.38%. Bitcoin is about to freshly flip down. It will flip down if you can close below $61,700. We're like $100 away from that right now. And you're putting in some hidden bearish divergence on the daily. 12 hours also flip down with the derp of death. Volatility is back to extreme lows, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below around $64,000. 8 hours now taking up more volatility, almost about to fire off the setup, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 64,240, 64,250. Mm, 4 hours also flipped down. 4 hours got bearish divergence with a double derp of death and volatility expanding, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 63,850. 2 hours still flipped up, putting in that possibility of hidden bearish divergence, but you do currently have bullish divergence, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 59,150. This is positive to see these pivots very low, because if you were to come down to $59,000, $60,000, that would be a tap of the pivot. 5 days flipped, so currently freshly flipped up, and it'll remain up as long as you're closing over $63,300, which is very close to flipping down. This will flip down tomorrow, and if this does flip down tomorrow, this is likely going to send you to some nice new lows. But currently, you do have active bullish divergence. Weekly is getting a nice rejection from that 5 EMA and run back below the 200. Weekly is currently flipped down, but it will flip back up if you can close over 65,300, which we're a long ways away, like 3,200 or something dollars away from there, which is like 5%. So I guess it's not that much. And weekly is putting in possibility of bullish divergence. 2 week is freshly flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 71.6 with volatility back to extreme lows. Monthly is also down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 64,350. We came close to flipping this monthly back up, but we still got 23 days left to go. If the monthly does flip back up, this is going to give you macro hidden bullish divergence, and this is likely going to send it to new all-time highs. But probably that's not going to happen, considering you're already giving this volatility setup. It's starting to expand with momentum to the downside. At the best case scenario with this setup, you can maybe see a move to somewhere around $70,000 and then $70,000, and eventually you're going to roll over to this 100 EMA, which is currently sitting around like $49,000. And quarterly has lost the 21. You have been holding this quarterly 21 in this entire bull market. The last time you lost it was during Luna, and you came down to the 21, and then this is where you've been bottoming at, and that's where your next cycles have started. And this is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $113,300. This pivot went up significantly, and you're rejecting the critical zone here. Right. So in the low time frames, everything is looking like you are going to see continuation to the downside. I am looking towards somewhere around $60,000 to $59,000 area to get tapped, which would be the bottom 38.2%. At that point, you would have to, or if you're long on Bitcoin, you would have to clench your cheeks and hope that you put in a weekly higher low at that point, somewhere around $60,000. If you can, then we'll probably see somewhere around $66,000 to $67,000 next. If you don't hold $59,000 or $60,000 on a daily closing basis, then you are likely going to come down to somewhere around 56 to 53,000 first, 54,000, maybe a little bounce there, and then eventually I am looking for somewhere around $48,000 to $49,000 to get tapped. The question is just when we're going to get those numbers. If we're going to do it sooner rather than later, or if we're going to follow the 2018 cycle and do a significant or nice rally from here and then put in the lower lows towards the end of the year. That is yet to be determined. So we do want to see how $60,000, $59,000 hold. If that level does hold, then I'm going to be on the side that we're probably going to go towards a little bit higher into the summer and then make our lower low towards the end of the year.
Very nice, very nice. All right, let's take a look here. All great stuff by Mr. Farhano Mexicano. Absolutely agree. Bitcoin's in an interesting spot. Up or down, basically up or down. Now, off first glance, I don't know why we're on the bi-monthly, but look at that bi-monthly volatility setup. If anyone's telling you that these moves don't have volatility supporting it, you just throw on the bi-monthly and say, hold my beer. Fully understand that you haven't had this bi-monthly volatility setup fire off ever, really. I'll throw on volatility. We can just see that. That's just instantly showing and telling you that this is a different environment that we've actually experienced. And I say that only in terms of volatility. That's the only big outlier here is volatility setups are a lot bigger this bear market and or maybe bull market. I mean, bulls here are betting that this is going to be the next bull market slingshot Glock 3000 setup, while bears are just looking at this and saying, yeah, Bitcoin is about to capitulate down and we have still a massive range to go. Now, last stream, I talked a lot about how the daily, the 4 hour is going to be your friend moving forward. And remember the criteria I had on that 4 hour setup. It was, okay, if 4 hour volatility is firing off, but 4 hour EMI 100 is holding, then that's going to be our big spot of focus. We want to see if that's actually going to get lost. You are going to notice that really since Friday, so let me just get the dates right here. Yeah, so for multiple days now, you've been just right above the 4 hour EMI 100, and even into that stream that we did on Monday. Look at this dump we had, and I remember we had an hour before this candle closed, and notice here how it didn't actually close under the 4 hour EMI 100. This actually kept you in check. I promise you, aggressive traders who are front running the loss of this got smoked. And this led to a short squeeze to another higher high break. Funny how that works, right? You finally move down, retest the EMI 100, massive hammerhead, and then Bitcoin just puts in one more higher high around 65K before coming down. So now what is occurring? Well, it's the same energy we got to keep into Monday's stream. Now on Wednesday's stream, we are now losing 62.2. And we are losing the 4-hour EMA 100 confirmed after the last 4-hour candle closure. Now with this 1 hour, 30 minutes left to go, this is now looking more and more like we are in a breakdown here. Now, nothing's really changed. I know from Monday we moved up. This did not activate the short setup. It was all based on 62.2 and the 4-hour EMA 100. That's kind of why I've just been a little, quiet here while we're moving up, because there's no point to be aggressively shorting Bitcoin as long as you are holding above the 4-hour EMA 100 and also 62.2. Because remember, if you go down to the daily candle closure, you will see that you haven't sustained any daily candle closures back under 62.2. But what you are going to mentally notice the daily EMA 34 has been absolutely rejecting us, meaning you are still just within a moving average range. There's literally no difference. There's no buy trigger. There's no bullish spark here. You're in a 4-hour uptrend that's leading to potentially a daily lower high. That's potentially leading to just a macro lower high. That's all that we're seeing so far. And if we go to this 4-hour once again, you will notice that really the 4-hour can be strong when we're moving up. And we talked about this idea, which was a 4-hour uptrend took you to the EMA 100. But as long as you're not holding above this and expanding away from it, there's no actual big breakout. This 4-hour EMA 100 is the big outlier on if we're going to move up or not on lower time frames. What you notice, and something we identified on Monday, which helped for our trade idea, which keep in mind if you are on Elite Trading Academy, there is a brand new short brewing in about 2 hours. So, right, we end up getting my criteria. We are opening shorts into today. Do we have any kind of short setup quite yet? No, I've not posted anything quite yet. Because what I've identified here in this, at least bear market, is once you really do lose that 4-hour EMA 100, even if you get massive expansion from it, look at how much Bitcoin moved up from here. And I promise you, everyone was saying we were so back on CR. But then notice here, you didn't get expansion. You didn't actually break away. You've lost it. And then look at, had you had the criteria that I'm talking about today, you literally would have been able to short super easily here. Like best entry in this entire move down would have been right at that 4-hour EMA 100. And you literally would have never gotten out. You would have been able to catch an over 20% move. And or if you take this just on closing basis, it would then be here. You would then have been able comfortably to hold a conservative 15% short to the downside until that 4-hour EMA 100 got reclaimed. You would have cut your short, and then look at that. You had another setup. As soon as it got lost, no, we're not actually bullish. Let me re-short. And then boom, this would have at least given you another 5%. Did you ever close that? No, this was an ad zone. And so you would have actually gotten, from the full length, about 12%. My computer is absolutely slow right now. So annoying. But on the closing basis, another 6%. So that's 21% you would have gotten on just closing bases based on 4-hour EMA 100. Do you see why that's such a big spot for lower time frame trades? It really can dictate a 5% move or not. And then leverage trading on crypto, that's life-changing money. You catch a 5% move. So, right, we have a spot now. It's literally the same exact thing. If you watched a Monday stream, it's the same exact thing that we're going to be talking about today. The 4-hour, which has lost 62.2, which has lost the EMA 100, is now telling you we are more likely to break down towards 60,700 and actually move down closer, in my opinion, to 49,000 from here. Now, I will just clarify everything here. Remember, the lines that we have drawn here are mainly just for an hourly, 15-minute, and even maybe a 4-hour. The big ranges that we're really supposed to be focused on, excuse me, is here. You had 62.2, and this was big support. And we really shouldn't forget about that. Like, this is big, big, big support. This was like the support that was holding in February, and then here also late February. And really, it would be like we hit it 1, 2, 3, 4, and that was it. We hit it 4 times at 62.2, and every single time you hit 62.2, it led to a massive bounce. Look at this. 62.2 hit, 14% up. Okay, maybe we got lucky. 62.2 hit. Okay, let's see, a minimum. And this was a failure in quotation marks over 9%. Okay, 62.2 hits. Near 62.2. Actually, officially hitting, actually only hit it 3 times. Each and every one of those times gave you an over 10% move. This one hit near it, 63, so that was the outlier. But hey, I'll measure it. Why not? And this was another 17% move. So why wouldn't we really focus on 62.2 moving forward today? Are we still getting reactions on reclaims? Well, yeah, you are. Here you did get a reaction on the reclaim, and it got near the high. Not the best reaction, I will say, but still, nevertheless, a reaction from 62.2 of about 3%. And then here we got the reclaim, 62.2. And then it went up. Oh, wow, look at that. Another 6%. 62.2. Here we go. What is that, like 5%? And then even the most recent, 62.2. And we got expansion. 3.7%. So you move up over 2% every single time 62.2 has been reclaimed. Reclaimed and just held above. Reclaimed or held above. So that's why for me, I have to be watching this spot. This is a big spot. Let's not forget either. What was really the easy spot in this bear market, or at least on this lower time frame downtrend that we had once the daily SMA 200 rejected? Well, it was your daily EMA 9. Look at, you lost your daily 9, and then you rejected your daily 9. You rejected it. You rejected it. And you rejected it. And then you come up to your 21. And then you lost your 9 again, and then you rejected it down. So the fact that 62.2 is lined up nicely with the daily EMA 9 makes this trade even more better for bears. It means all you need to do now is really wait for the 4-hour to close under the EMA 100, which it already has. That's going to then dictate the daily. And as long as the 4-hour EMA 100 is not going to really hold above, you're actually entering into a short setup tonight. And that's just simply based on the daily silver cross that we have, but also the loss of 62.2 plus the SFP of the daily 9. See how these setups are kind of forming for bears currently? All it takes now is one daily close to get under 62.2, and you will be in a breakdown environment again. So we're very close to a setup. And like I just mentioned, if you are on Elite Trading Academy, within an hour, 27 minutes, I will be posting a short trade. If we get at all any kind of candle closure like this, I am looking to be shorting 62.2 with the boys. Gosh. It's like really no reason why this computer would be so slow. It's like I bought it from Goodwill or something. Crazy. Okay, so that's the 4-hour, that's the daily, and let's even look at the cheeky 12-hour. Why not? Because we know that 12-hour EMA 9 does give us a short setup instantly. And so what do you have? Well, you do have a short setup actually on the 12-hour. And look at, you haven't retested your 12-hour 9. Where is that? That's at 62,500. So then that instantly gives you more confidence that, yeah, if into this new 4-hour, closing in 1 hour, 26 minutes, we end up closing under 62.2. Why would you not want to short then the 12-hour 9? Again, look at the 12-hour EMA 9. It's been a very easy place to gauge, okay, are we bullish or bearish? Okay, well, no, we never lost the 12-hour 9, even into Monday. Look at this, never lost it. You've just lost it today. Or no, Tuesday you lost it, my apologies. And you're still under it today, on Wednesday. You now have a 12-hour volatility setup. Last one took you all the way up. Here it broke you to the upside. Now is this one just about to break you to the downside? But what I can tell you is, yeah, I mean, you should get a short here at 62,600. Your stop loss can very simply be here at 63.7. So there, I'm kind of giving, if anyone's not on ETA, some free ideas on what I'm going to be doing for our short with the boys here, if we get the trigger. Now, the big focus here on when we're breaking down will be we actually take out Monday's low. Taking out Monday's low will put this in lower low. Then you're back in a downtrend even on the 12-hour. That has implications for the 4-hour, hourly, 6-hour. Because remember what I mentioned, they're all up right now. It's just like a 4-hour uptrend churning into a daily lower high. That's all. Right? What happens when lower low occur? Well, you get your lower high. Did you at all take out this wick high that we talked about here? No, we did not. That was at 65.5. You did go up near 65, but you did not take this out. It's very important. That's very important because now if you go to your weekly, you are just still going to see lower highs. And that's unfortunate. This is really unfortunate for bulls because you're in a really bad environment now where you had a massive hammerhead. We talked about this. So everyone's stop is now at the low of this week or last week's low. You have a reclaim of the SMA 200, but 2 to 3 closures is what we like here. 2 to 3 closures. One is good. And granted, if you didn't reject the weekly 5, I would be running with this idea that maybe we've formed a bottom. And I did talk about that. This reclaiming weekly SMA 200 will be the first big sign of a bottom. But now we really need to take out this high at 65.5, this high here. We also need to see at least this weekly close and hold above 62.2, which is not. And you absolutely, at minimum, need to see this weekly 5 not reject, which it is. It's been rejecting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times now. That's not good. That means every single time we've rallied up, the weekly 5 has rejected us. Here's a 20% rejection. We're so back. We're so back. Here is another. What was this? Come on, computer. 13% rejection. And then most recently now, so far, we've seen at current market price a 2.6% rejection. So this is still very weak. I understand the one point of interest, which is the SMA 200. This is where 2 to 3 closures will come into play. Look at what occurred here in 2022. You got a reclaim. Did your weekly 9 actually hold? No, it really never even got out of this moving average range. And then you see you lost your weekly SMA 200 again, and then you made new lows. So it's a big spot. You got to see multiple closures. Well, what about here? You had multiple closures. No, you reclaimed and then you couldn't hold the throwback. So you had chop. Then you reclaimed and you couldn't hold the throwback. Chop. Then you reclaimed. There was no throwback, but it held 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And what's the difference here? You're actually holding the weekly 5. You're not rejecting the weekly 5. And again, same criteria. Okay, yeah, we reclaimed it. Are we going to hold the throwback? We didn't throw it back. Okay, we actually got expansion off the 5. Okay, now into this week, I need to watch maybe trades at the weekly 5. And that would have been a successful idea. I always am a big believer that whenever we get something like this, there's always something that's going to tell you. Always. There's always stuff in the chart. There's no moves that are like secrets, in my opinion. Even on, okay, we're going to add Bitcoin to the Trump kid accounts on Robinhood that just happened on Monday. I do believe that is also what sparked the move up. It came out right here. Trump is potentially, and he also said he loves crypto. So he was shilling crypto on Monday. You also had Saylor selling. So remember, Saylor likes to, buy the tops. Why wouldn't he sell the local bottom? But again, it wasn't like, man, Trump blew our trade out. No, it was the 4-hour EMI 100 just didn't get lost. And that's what caused you to go up again. There's always things on the chart telling you something shifting or something big is coming. Always. It's never, ever a secret. And even as Farhan showed you, even the Black Swan at 2022 had signs, had divergences, it had things telling you. So, let's not forget, this market's very straightforward still. There's no need to be making it any harder than it already is. And mind you, it's actually very easy, this market. If you're having a hard time trading, I will just say on a side note, probably just because you're being emotional, this market's been very easy. You literally have had, what is this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months of down only. Throw a dart into the darkness and you'll most likely make some money here. It's just like down only. Here you formed a lower high, here your lower low, and now you're just, kind of in no man's land. But still, even if you just trade meme lines, you do see her just SRing what was massive support, now flipped into maybe resistance at 65.5. So be fully aware, everything is very straightforward on Bitcoin. You are in a monthly sell trigger. You are producing a lower high, and you are still brewing a breakdown move to 47,700, essentially 48K. You do end up getting this next leg down, which, mind you, I don't trade off the 55. But something I am observing here is look at the rally up to the 55 and then the rejection off the 55 to the 100. Again, I don't like trading off the 55, but you do see that, well, you've rallied right up to that. Next step would just be the move down. And even if into July you don't close a red candle, doesn't that just reset the red streak? And you also form some kind of lower high here, better shown on like a weekly. So really, honestly, just be fully aware. Nothing has like actually changed on any of the charts. You are potentially becoming more bullish, but you got to see expansion. This should have been a spring up, not a goes up to the weekly 5 then rejects. That doesn't make sense, and that's not strength. Now the biweekly again is telling you nothing. You are literally in just a breakdown, and even every biweekly wick high has not taken out the previous one, meaning you are literally putting in lower highs. You are literally putting bearish price structure here, and you just now freshly got a biweekly silver cross to the downside, meaning if Bitcoin ends up breaking out towards 69K, this biweekly EMA9 is now the best shorting opportunity that you can get. But again, is that going to happen when a weekly 5's rejecting at 65K? No. So you're probably not going to retest this biweekly silver cross. You're most likely just going to make the next leg down. How I'm interpreting these candles is you essentially took out shorts and you took out longs. And so now we're in a very good point of interest where all traders are out. You have aggressive longs out, aggressive shorts out. And now this is leading for a really good move down. And you have volatility supporting it. I will tell you that every single time you are in a macro uptrend and you have biweekly volatility, it will fire off to the upside. And every single time you're in a macro downtrend and you have a biweekly volatility setup, it will fire off to the downside. Every time. There's never been a time where bi-weekly volatility fired off in the opposite direction of macro trend. Well, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Okay, bi-weekly volatility setup. The trend shifted. Here was your monthly 9 reclaim. Here was your higher high break. And then boom, higher low, volatility expanded up. This was not in the midst of a downtrend type of move. No, macro trend shifted. Let me circle this. Let's go to your monthly. Because I know people are doubting what I just said there, but it's actually true. And your lower low, you had a lower high, you had a higher low, and your monthly 9 got reclaimed. That was always the key factors. Did the monthly 9 get reclaimed? It did. And then you had that bi-weekly volatility setup fire off. Okay, so that was even 2018. Keep going. My apologies if, my McDonald's computer, my Toshiba, I don't even know if that's a computer name, is being slow. It's very slow. Unsure why. Whoa. Oh, right. Macro trend and volatility setups. I'm like, what am I even talking about here? And then here we had a volatility setup. Sneaky. Very sneaky. But trend was down still. So do you notice how that still gave you a leg down on Bitcoin? Like you dramatically went down. Dramatically went down. And this is when everyone was calling for $12,000 on Bitcoin. Why was everyone calling for that? Because your biweekly SMA 200 was sitting right there. Your monthly 100 was right in this region. So if you were around there 2022, that's why everyone was calling for 12K, even me included. I massively shorted this entire move and got a little greedy here wanting for 12K. So when we had that 15K bottom, it took a lot by surprise. But even then, you had a volatility setup firing off that took you down. And then here, you had macro trend shift. Let's see. Okay, let's go to your monthly. You took out the lower high. You reclaimed your monthly 9. You took out your lower high. You reclaimed your monthly 9, and then you broke out. We can keep going. Okay, so here's another one, right? And you can just see, right? Your lower highs broke. So here's your last lower high. It broke up, and your monthly 9 got reclaimed. So what's the characteristic here? Monthly 9 gets reclaimed on a biweekly volatility setup. All right, you're probably going to move up. But as long as that's not the case, you're not going to move up. Unsure where my Bitcoin chart is. Let's keep going. Look at this bi-weekly volatility setup, and it did fire up after the macro trend was up. So, and I could do this on the flip end, down gives you legs down. And so why that's very important is because when you have a fresh bi-weekly silver cross down, and I've talked about this setup exactly before too, every single time in up until, or rather every single time except for 2018, you had a bi-weekly silver cross to the downside. Bitcoin did end up making new lows. It did end up going down at minimum 20%. And on those lows, so it's like the equivalent of now making new lows here. On those new lows is when you should be looking for a buying opportunity. Like the point is, once you have this bi-weekly this silver cross, you're in the midst of making new lows on Bitcoin, but also you're very near the end of the bear market, which is good. That's a good thing for all of us. We we hyped up a lot that the bear market would be fun, and I hope it didn't disappoint. Literally been able to catch every major move down since the bear market began in October, even being able to catch that move, which no one was expecting apparently. But when Eric Trump says Q4 is going to be bullish, probably should start shorting that. I also remember the token event. Many people were coming up on a camera saying, what's your outlook on Bitcoin in 2026? Where are we buying? Where are we bullish? No one at all said that we were entering into a bear market. Well, except only a few people. And so now we're near the end of this. We're very close. But again, I still would stand on the idea that Bitcoin's probably going to make a new leg down here. This leg down needs to be aggressive and fast. And I do believe that once you hit that 45 to 49K, we are bottomed out and we are probably going to consolidate, right? Multiple months of consolidation. Look at the low, but look at multiple months of consolidation after the low was put in. And then you went up. So then that could just lead right into 2027. So I hope that makes more sense. I hope that kind of at least gives us a perspective on, yeah, this biweekly volatility setup is resetting, but that's not a bullish sign. There's just nothing bullish about that. There's never been a correlation that said macro trend is down and we're going to fire biweekly volatility setups up. That's just not the case. So that means then that this needs to start shifting back up into an uptrend on the macro before this volatility setup fires off. Because if it does end up firing off here, it's cooked. And we're most likely, statistically speaking, going to dump at minimum 20%. Minimum, by the way, this bi-weekly volatility setups, I believe, have about a 38 to 40% move down. I believe so. But, I'm going to give bulls the benefit of the doubt and just call it 20%. So, Just keep that in the back of your mind if you are like a Bitcoin bull on the higher time frames, because there's really nothing yet saying that that's allowed. Now, you are allowed to become bullish if two things occur. Firstly, weekly SMA 200 just holds. Get it back above that minimum. That's like very basic to the book. You need that SFP to form some kind of bottom. And then at minimum, just get back above 69,000. That's when I will start really considering a bottom is in on Bitcoin. And I will then look for the SMA 200 reclaim to really confirm that. But if you do get dailies back above 69,000, well, guess what? My aggressive short rule is now not activated on Bitcoin anymore. Remember what I mentioned, any closures under daily EMI 100 activates my short rule. That is now at 69,000. And that's very nice that it's lined up right there, because that also means if you reclaim the previous cycle high, you're back entering into a bull market characteristic, but not before and not now. This is, again, not looking good, not looking good. So if you are a trader now, and you see this red dildo and you're like, damn, I really want to trade this. Well, good for you. You have setups. Wait for your 4-hour and wait for your 12-hour. And again, like I mentioned, if you're on ETA, I will be looking at this like a shit hawk. And I will be laser focused on getting a short here. Because, well, I do believe if we are about to make the next leg down, it is going to occur here. And that's the exact same energy I had on Monday. I just didn't get my trigger. And that's exactly why I mentioned the trigger is going to be the most important thing, because it is trying to take out both sides. So you are getting a bear trigger now. This is the first bear trigger you've had since the reclaim, well, the beginning of July. So all throughout this month, you've opened up green. That's not good, by the way. I don't like when months just open up green, because now it makes it more likely this will just revert into a terrible wick, high rejection, to a really nasty candle body. Not candy, but candle body. Very similar to this, no? October. And why would we be looking similar to October? Whoa, what was it? Let me see if my memory deceives me. But if you go to your, what was it? Was it your weekly volatility setup? Let me just see real fast and go to your HBDR. Let's see. There was some setup that was just firing off. Could be on Bitcoin dominance. Let me see before I confuse everyone. So no, nothing here. But it is saying new lows likely. Minimum. HBDR is saying new lows likely here. Was it the bi-weekly? It was, I think. Yeah, it was. Yeah. So then interesting that we have, remember in October when we opened massively green and bulls were basically spitting at our faces and calling us losers for calling for some kind of top here. Remember, we drew out our divergence and said probably distribution occurring here. We're probably going to top. Well, remember that what sparked the October dump was the HBDR on the biweekly getting lost, the 38.2% getting lost. You just now lost that again, and you've now been staying under that. Meaning, really, the move from April till now just took you into a 38.2% breakdown. Again, similar to what happened in September. August, September just took you to a 38.2% breakdown. The retest capitulated. Are you retesting? No, but you already got a retest technically. Like, you've been retesting very close to it. You're just now waiting for follow through. Let me delete all the stupid drawings so we can just see what I'm saying. See? So you're getting volatility setups on the bi-weekly that you had similar to October. You're having a bi-weekly you're having a bi-weekly breakdown. You have a bi-weekly silver cross, something you didn't have in October. And what else was it? It was something else, I thought. No, and that's it, really. Yeah, that's it. So, really, just be fully aware of that. Nothing's changed on Bitcoin. It just looks bad. And if you are going to be bullish and bulls are going to get some kind of spine, then they have no reason not holding the weekly SMA 200. And as soon as you see this lost again, we are now in a chop environment, meaning we are literally getting chopped and played. reclaim, loss, reclaim, loss. That's not a good sign, and that means that it's more predatory for bulls, which is not a good sign. So be fully aware of that on Bitcoin, on the monthly, on the bi-weekly, and even your daily closing today. Let's look at Dixie real fast now, because we understand Bitcoin's looking pretty good for bears. Looking good for bears. So what's Dixie doing? Because remember the last 2 weeks we were talking about Dixie a lot. I even posted a very, very good Japanese yen trade, dollar versus Japanese trade, which is still playing out nicely. Haven't really talked a lot about Forex, but why is that? Well, 2 weeks, right? So 2 weeks ago, you were breaking out and risk was doing pretty bad. Like, okay, 2 weeks ago, you had a Coinbase low. 2 weeks ago, you had a NVIDIA red dildo. Strategy 2 weeks ago, what was Strategy doing? I think I already talked about it. Made new lows. Apple 2 weeks ago. Hit the 34. That's not good. Hit the 34. Massive sell-off. Tesla, what did it go do 2 weeks ago? Was in a breakdown. Still is, by the way. What about the indices? QQQ 2 weeks ago. Down. And this isn't looking good, by the way. Now, what occurred 2 weeks ago? Well, this was a breakout on Dixie. So what has occurred now? Well, you still are in breakout. You have to really wonder if why risk is lifting up is just because the weekly 2 weeks ago put in a higher high, now we just put in a higher low. So then last week we put in a higher low. What did like something like, good Lord, what did something like Coinbase do last week? Well, rallied up. Strategy rallied up. So to me, the dollar is actually looking like it's produced its next weekly higher low. And that's not good because what I just showed was on the higher high break is when everything started to come down. Everything, stocks, Bitcoin, Forex started to pump. Look at the yen, which I know that makes sense, obviously. But here, right, what occurred here the last 2 weeks? You made a historical high. I mean, you had everyone talking about 40 years, the yen hasn't done this, blah, blah, blah. Remember, there's always things in the chart that's going to tell you this. So it means either like Japan's going to intervene or, yeah, you're about to break out to a new 40-year high. And that's what's occurring. But what occurred 2 weeks ago? It was a higher high, higher low. Now you're coming in for a breakout again. So has anything shifted on Forex? Is Dixie still telling you that risk is on or off? Well, Dixie's telling you now that risk is off. It's off the menu. You've now bounced off your weekly 5. It's interesting because Bitcoin's rejecting its weekly 5. And you are now legitimately in a weekly HBDR breakout. Last time you were in a weekly HBDR breakout gave you this massive green dildo up, about 1.7%. I know crypto dudes are looking at that like that's just a typical Sunday morning, but that's a big freaking move for Forex. 1.7 would take you directly to our target of about 102.80, right into the weekly SMA 200, where then there you have a legitimate reason to look for some kind of top on Dixie. Breakdown, capitulation, bearish retest, question mark? We won't know, but that still means we have more downside to go on risk, and that still means Dixie has more upside to go. I'm not looking at this mean line deviation as anything more than just this is what took us to a higher low and got us a 38.2% retest. Why am I even talking about Dixie? Because if Dixie's going to be bullish, this means risk is not going to be bullish. You are now in a daily deviation setup, and you are now potentially producing a spring scenario here where Dixie is about to break out, at minimum test the highs. Again, where was risk when we tested these highs? Well, okay, this was June 24th. What did Bitcoin do on June 24th? Let's see. Oh, not good. Okay, so we're making lows on Bitcoin. June 25th was the lower low. What about ETH? We're making new lower lows. Well, okay, well, what about like stocks? What about strategy? That's literally when it was in capitulation, dumping. Apple, same thing. The 24th, remember? And then boom, 25th. Let's go back to Dixie. What was Dixie doing? Gosh, I need to actually organize this more like a professional. Right? So what was Dixie doing? It was giving you a higher high. And then now you've come down because it came in for a retest. So I hope everyone's like aware of the correlation I'm trying to put here. If Dixie starts moving up, most likely risk is about to churn. And all you've seen now was typical higher time frame retest, typical lower highs on everything, even stocks. While then Dixie just produced its higher low here, higher high, higher low. And your last higher low was near the 5. Like even a stock like, or not stock, but even something like QQQ. This is showing tech. This is the tech. This is literally showing a breakdown now. And you are still in price divergence. Wow, what an opportunity here. And this is going to break down soon. Look at that. Price divergence. This isn't bullish. This is looking like distribution before a breakdown. And then, yeah, don't get me started on DJI. That was just, bullshit. But it's like Farn said, there's only a few stocks that dictate the move on the Dow Jones. So, like, what was it? J&J. Yeah, there it is. J&J was moving up. So this was moving up. But, like, the tech sector is not looking the best here. So, risk. It's not looking good. That's the point I'm trying to bring home. Dixie looks like it's just grinded out its last major higher low, and that's taken about 2 weeks, which is right in our timeline on when risk started to move up a little bit. So be fully aware now the ball is in Bull's camp on Dixie. Into tonight, once you close back above that 101 region, you are now back above daily median, and you are really brewing a breakout move. Remember what I just mentioned. June 24th to June 25th is when everything was making its lows. This is literally giving you statistically a setup where you're going to test June 25th and June 24th highs. So then that really puts into question is, well, risk about to test its lows again? We won't know until we know. And with a setup like this on Dixie, and it is saying more likely a move up to the 102.80s, you do have to really wonder if like everything is about to put in new lows, potentially, and that's just solely based on Dixie. So hopefully that made sense on the dollar. Remember, it's just the inverse relation with risk. The dollar moves up, risk will move down. People are going to dollars rather than holding Bitcoin. And I do believe, though, if you do end up, in my opinion, doing what's very likely and breaking out here, this most likely does give you some kind of leg down. And then you get another leg up on Bitcoin. And is that just another lower high? We don't know. But at minimum, if you're calling for a Dixie top, at least wait for the weekly estimate 200 is the point I'm trying to bring. What is telling you this is top tier? Nothing. And the last time we broke out was when everything made new lows on June 24th and 5th. So I hope I've kind of, hit that home a lot. So we're kind of more cautious here on risk because I'm seeing a lot of good trades actually for ETA. So that's Dixie. Now we'll go to tether dominance because remember, it's like the same. It's the inverse relation to the asset we're trading, kind of like the dollar. Dollar goes up, risk goes down. Tether goes up, risk goes down. So what's occurring? Let's see. Breaking out back within the blue zone, no breakout. Bottom confirmed. Once you get 2 to 3 closures back above daily 9, you need to see that 8.5. What is this? 8.567% reclaimed. Monday, what did we talk about? That same setup, 8.567% reclaimed, and it didn't. Now today, it's the same energy as I had on Monday, and into tonight, you potentially are going to get a short setup. So that means that right now is probably not a good time to position, but wait for the daily close, wait for the throwback, wait for a higher low, and that's where ETA is going to short Bitcoin. You have a minimum target here up back to around 9%. When Bitcoin, or better yet, when Tether dominance was testing near 9%, where were we? Well, this was June 24th, June 25th, June 26th. What did I just mention on Dixie? That's exactly when Dixie started to go in for its higher low. on the weekly. So here's when Dixie went in for its higher low. So what do you think probably Tether Dominance has done? Well, let's go to the monthly and see. It's probably going in for a monthly throwback. Notice that the level that I talked about still hasn't gotten lost yet. And well, I have to believe that's a pretty big sign for me that you've wicked below it. That's fine. We're not talking about this 6.96%. No, we're talking about up here now. And you've hit the monthly median. This is insane. So you've got a monthly median reclaim and you've hit the monthly median. What is literally the only objective at this point? Well, statistically, again, don't take my opinion on it. Statistically, the only objective now is 11%. So that means that into this month, statistically, Tether Dominance is still brewing new highs on, well, Tether Dominance, new lows on Bitcoin. So that's just not a good sign. And that means that what we saw on Monday, Tuesday, just led to Tether Dominance retesting its monthly median. Look at last time you tested your monthly median. This was January, December. So pretty disastrous. It's crazy. Then higher high. This took you back to the median. Here was your another expansion. So it seems like you get expansion off the monthly medians, actually. I can't look at both. You just said both. So comparing all of the stablecoin dominant pairs, it took me a minute. You do still see this is just producing a higher high and a higher low, and this is actually on the verge of a monthly breakout. Anything else worth mentioning? Yeah, even the monthly, look at that. How does this look bearish at all? Wow, this looks like it's just thrown it back to its monthly 5, and now we're ready to bust up to that 14%. Look at last time this zone is held. Just look at the monthly 5, go to your left side of the chart and look at it. Monthly 5 held, 11.4% held, and what happened? You went up. So we're in that zone now. It's like the equivalent of getting very bullish on Bitcoin here. Very close to a top, yes, but you did end up going up more at the end of the day. Like a lot more, like 32% more. Like, I hope that kind of, hopefully that makes sense. It makes sense to me on why this is looking really bullish, honestly, and breaking out. And we're doing things we haven't done since October. So watch the trading alerts. I'm really hyped to be posting more trades here. We'll look at the D of Bitcoin, go to the weekly. Wow, look at that breakdown. Well, okay. Let's go to the weekly here. Weekly volatility setup is trying to fire off, back above the moving average. I will say no setup, but just back above the moving average, and you are still rejecting your weekly EMA 100. That is the sign that we wanted to see tested before a breakdown. Let me get the rainbow chart off. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So, okay, congrats. You've just now put in your bearish retest, something you didn't do last week. Do you see why this is more in favor of bears still? You've now retested your 100. Two things will either occur. You'll either get a SFP and move up and Bitcoin moves up, or you are legitimately ready to break down from here now. And within the next 4 days, this is breaking down. That means that, well, Bitcoin's probably going to break down. Bitcoin dominance moving down has just led to Bitcoin moving down. So watch last week's low. If you take last week's low out, most likely it'll move to 57.4%. Like, how disastrous. And then, so like, if everything's looking bad, is Solana still looking good? Like, come on, let's see. Just for my own curiosity, I'm like, damn, why does like the markets are looking really bad today? And mainly, I believe it's because of Dixie's higher lows in. Oh, look at that. So another daily EMA 100 deviation. This is bad because every single time since the start of the bear market, Solana's deviated daily EMA 100. You've literally made new lows on Sol. So here, new lows. Oops. Here, rejection, new lows. So not even a deviation. I said every time we deviate, we make new lows. So here's your deviation, rejection, new lows. This just capitulated from it, tested near the lows. Wow, yeah, so Sol's actually cooked. Yeah, wow, and that's just crazy. This move just took you to the monthly 5, and then it rejected down 9% off a monthly 5. That's crazy, honestly. Damn. Only I saw that. Like, that was legitimately free money. But what do you gather from Sol on the monthly? Well, you've rejected your 5. You are in a monthly breakdown. This is not bullish. So just be fully aware of this. Crypto's looking, honestly, it's looking terrible. The worst it's ever looked at all of July. So you have to be wondering if we are now actually getting the breakdown, something I wanted on Monday, but now it took until Wednesday. And all the criteria are the same. 62.2 loss, 4-hour EMA 100 loss, 12-hour EMA 9, weekly, daily 34. It's pretty insane, honestly. So be very cautious of crypto if you're longing, and if you're on ETA, really focus on the Discord, because I'm probably going to end up posting some trades. What time is it? 8:11. So yeah, I'll be posting trades probably within 40 minutes. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. 62.2 is your spot. And remember, even if you don't short lower time frame trades, you're probably going to get something like this. This is giving you confluence to move all the way back down to 60,000. Understand, lose 60,000 is a $49,000 move. What we could now be seeing is, well, the start of July, you've been moving up. GG bulls. But now you're breaking down. This could literally give you the retest, and we could start making the next leg down. Something we've been seeing. These little channels, these little lower time frame uptrends break, and then you break down. So are they about to break, and are we about to break down? We won't know until we know. Watch Dixie. Dixie's literally not at all anyone's friend if you're longing. Let's look at silver real fast. Ooh, look at that. Silver almost like went to our ETA short zone and rejected. Anything else I want to see? What about the VIX? How low is the VIX? Low. It is low. Keep in mind, every time you go to 60 on the VIX, it's a bottom on stocks. So are you near that? No. So just be fully aware of that. That's all I have, though. Markets aren't looking the best today. That either leads to a massive short squeeze up, or we are about to leg down, and that'll be confirmed on a 62.2 loss tonight.
This is the make it or break it for the 2018 follow every move cycle thing. If you make new lows and really go down, like not this fucking bullshit of like $200 every time we come down, then we're following 2020. Well, no, you just break the correlation between 2018 to the T, which would be crazy because it's been following it perfectly. But it's all like you said right now. I think the 4-hour just shows you what a move it's prepared, because all the EMAs are right here. So if it's going to dump, it should fucking really dump.
It should be right off 62.2, which is, like I said, it seems really lined up for the daily. So.
Yeah. The other bullshit thing it could be doing, now got to give it to the other side, is take out this low and just go up.
Mm-hmm.
But you have volatility on the side of bears. And again, all these EMAs right here, it's not good.
And it's funny, the 4-hour EMA 100 didn't get lost on Monday's stream. We pumped back up, but then we lose it now, and it is moving down. So that is just why it's one of my favorite setups, really.
But you're going to lose it now in 45 minutes.
The index lost it.
Because in here, it's not. Let me see. I mean, it's
slightly.
Yeah. I mean, but this is what would call for a fucking crazy ass move to the downside. All the EMAs together is when you see like those big dumps or those big pumps. But mostly this has happened on the 4-hour to the dumps, to the dump C.
Yeah, you have one right there. Yeah, good example. So.
This is what on the 23rd of June. Well, that's when MicroStrategy went to sold their Bitcoin. Thank you, senor. Excellent. All right, we got SHIB next for Mr. Farhano for a trade, and then Intel for investing.
Okay.
Thank you. Ok, estamos viendo los Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Aquí hay de dos sopas. Una super mega caída, ¿no? Viendo solamente análisis técnico, vamos a poner todo al lado, solamente viendo análisis técnico. O vamos a tener una mega engañada y rebote a la alza. La tabla totalmente apunta para abajo. Todo apunta para abajo. Tuviste un cierre interesante acá en la de 4 horas, es la que estoy viendo porque es la de más degenerado que voy a usar ahorita, que es esto. La línea roja es tu promedio del 100 y cerraste justamente, puedes decir por arriba, por abajo, como quieras verlo, acá del promedio del 100, y esta sería básicamente tu confirmación de ello. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que va a haber cortos. ¿Dónde? Aquí, en la línea de ruptura a la baja, junto con el promedio del 100. Vendrías a revisitar esta zona de los 6,200 y ahí es donde quieres hacer tu corto, hablando técnicamente. Recuerden, siempre preguntan, ¿cómo entro en un trade? ¿No? Así, literalmente en el retorno a esa zona es donde te vas a meter. Y yo sé, mucha gente va a decir, no lo va a tocar otra vez, pero siempre pasa. La otra cosa que puede hacer, que es la cosa más Bitcoin del planeta, es venir aquí, a donde está tu último bajo, ¿no? Sacar a toda la gente que se metió en long acá e irse para arriba. Sería la gastada del año, pero pues Bitcoin lo ha hecho una y otra vez. Lo que sí es que tienes en contra, tu volatilidad está expandiendo a la baja. Fuerte. La otra cosa que tienes que ver es la debilidad del peso contra el dólar. Eso quiere decir que el dólar está tomando fuerza. Cuando el dólar va tomando fuerza, es negativo y también tienes un cero de volatilidad en lo que está empujando para arriba con un nuevo máximo acá, localmente hablando, pero vas a tener que pasar todo esto. Aquí. Justo estás ahí. Aquí. Esto tienes que romperlo a la alza para tener confirmación del movimiento a la alza y sería hombro. Lo puedes hacer sin esto, así. Hombro, cabeza. No, pero tendría que ser otro hombro. Este no lo puedo contar. Así que esto está champunflado. Es lo que querría ver yo para ver que esto va a continuar a la baja. Ahora, las malas noticias con malas noticias normalmente no resultan en esto, pero también es difícil ver dónde van a dejar de tirar todo. Eso siempre es algo que tienes que entender. Por eso las malas noticias funcionan súper bien en inversión más que en cualquier otra cosa. La otra cosa que tienes en contra, pero también un poco a favor, es el VIX. El VIX está apenas aquí arriba, pero el VIX normalmente se pone loco. Y una vez más, ¿qué otras malas noticias te pueden dar que sean más malas de las de ahorita? Vamos a ver. Pero lo que querrías ver si eres bajista es que el VIX reviente para arriba, con fuerza. Este 11% es, con todo el respeto que se merece, nada todavía. Me gustaría ver que haya un follow through y esto nos va a dictar a dónde vamos en el ciclo. Porque hasta ahorita el ciclo de Bitcoin ha perseguido y ha correteado perfectamente el del 2018 y voy a acompañar todavía la tesis bajista con un poco más de indecisión en realidad antes de ponernos completamente bajistas. ¿Por qué? Porque literalmente Esto, donde perdiste el S&P 200 acá en la diaria, lo volviste a recuperar y ahora vas a tener otros 5 pinches días de indecisión de esta vela. ¿Ok? 5 días de indecisión antes de que sepas si esta vela va a cerrar por arriba o por abajo del S&P 200. Si llega a cerrar por abajo, va a dar más, básicamente, probabilidad de que continúe para abajo y eso rompería completamente el ciclo del 2018. Si volteamos a ver el ciclo del 2018, lo que tenemos justamente acá es donde estamos ahorita. Estas velas se parecen un chingo ahorita donde estamos y en la que estamos ahorita, que sería esta vela verde. ¿No? Básicamente, o más bien son estas dos. Déjame, me regreso. Acabamos de tener las dos de abajo y esto, para parecerse o ser idéntico al ciclo del 2018, básicamente tiene que aguantar por acá arriba y no venir a darnos un nuevo mínimo. Es lo que sería. Si estamos siguiendo el patrón del 2018 a la perfección, que lo estamos, pueden ver, tienes tus dos velas bajas acá, ¿no? Lo que te marca básicamente el piso. Local. Recuerden que si el patrón del 2018 se está repitiendo, nadie está hablando de que estés viendo el fondo. Lo que estás viendo es simplemente un pompazo a esta línea para después. O sea, si la gente está esperando 40, si repetimos el 2018, vamos a ver los 30 en diciembre. Sí, una vez más, si está repitiendo solo el patrón del 2018, y esto básicamente es lo que nos va a decir si estamos haciéndolo o no a la perfección. Entonces, estando aquí, ¿ves las dos velas de abajo? Bien. Hasta ahorita puedes ver cómo son las dos velas de abajo, ¿no? Literalmente estas y luego tendrías esto. Este pompazo se acabó a finales de julio, principios de agosto. Y ahí es donde te cargó la verga. Y este pompazo fue relativamente idéntico a este. Y eso nos debería llevar por ahí de los 70 y tantos, 72, 73, si es que se llega a dar. Pero si ahorita nos caemos, que se... Ah, cabrón. Si ahorita nos tira esto, que en mi opinión sería lo más limpio de todo, porque eso nos haría un mercado bajista más corto. Esto que nos lleve para abajo sería... Básicamente vamos a encontrar ese fondo por acá entre lo que Alex y Farhan piensan en los 47, 45 a los $50,000, ¿no? Es lo que sería la última parte y eso se cargaría toda la verga y ya de ahí nos podríamos ir de lado y ese sería básicamente el fondo y tal vez una revisitada de la misma zona para después continuar para arriba. Si no se llega a dar, va a ser más dramático en el 2018. A mí hasta ahorita, como todavía no rompemos el patrón del 2018, no me voy a salir de eso. Lo estamos siguiendo a la perfección. Yo lo que estoy viendo aquí podría ser la gatada de Bitcoin absoluta, que sea un retesteo de esta zona, llevarte a todos estos longs y vámonos. Sería la opción que podría ser. Pero análisis técnico fundamental nos dice que si tenemos este cierre ahorita de 4 horas en 36 minutos aquí abajo, donde estamos, o abajo de esta zona de los 62,200, básicamente esto confirmaría que la zona de corto está aquí, esperas a un retesteo de esta zona y ahí te lo llevas para abajo. Eso sería lo que daría. Si ahorita, por ejemplo, esto llega a llevarse la liquidez de esta zona de acá, pueden ver un patrón bastante familiar acá. Esta sería tu zona donde hubo resistencia todo este tiempo y acá fue el breakout y simplemente estás viniendo a retestearlo para subir. Sé que es confuso, pero sí, o sea, y eso sería por si Bitcoin hace una gatada de Bitcoin. Si Bitcoin ahorita simplemente está siguiendo los patrones tranquilos que nos enseña análisis técnico fundamental, es simplemente caer, regresar, ¿no? Acá y acá hacer el corto, invalidarlo acá con el S&P 200 o acá arriba y vámonos para abajo. Eso es a lo que ahorita tiene mucha más probabilidad de ser que cualquier otra cosa, para que lo tengan en mente. Solana, viéndolo para adelante, también es un poco de lo mismo y lo pueden ver justamente acá. Estas son mis líneas que teníamos en la pasada. ¿Qué es lo que estás haciendo? Retesteando la zona de breakout. Literalmente resistencia, 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 ¡pum! Revientas para arriba. Esto podría ser soporte y para arriba. Todavía no podemos decir que todo cripto está completamente yéndose a la verga. Tienes un gran setup de volatilidad en la de 4 horas empujándote a la baja, pero ve lo lejos que estás de ser nuevos bajos en Solamis. Entonces, aquí va a ser la pregunta va a ser la gatada de Bitcoin, de llevarse la liquidez de los 61,300, 61,500 para después continuar o no. Y una vez más, esto, si te va a dar el movimiento a la baja, debería ser un movimiento súper fuerte a la baja, pero súper fuerte, porque tienes todos los EMAs juntos. Cuando normalmente tienes todos los EMAs juntos en un mismo lugar, ¿no? Que tienes el 100, 200, es que, güey, aquí tienes hasta el 200. La última vez que tuviste un movimiento así de pesado, ni siquiera fue este. Fue más o menos esto y te lo dio a la alza, que fuiste de los 69 a los 82. Pero si aquí te lo llega a dar a la baja, porque tienes todos, tienes hasta el 200 acá, esto debería llevarte a la verga. Y solamente repitiéndolo, ¿qué es lo que te va a decir eso? Que te lleves con fuerza esto y que continúes para abajo. Porque si te llevas, atentos, la señal de que esto se va a revertir es, llévate esto y te das la vuelta para arriba y cierras aquí arriba. Si hace esa gatada a todo el mundo que está, porque normalmente cuando estás tradeando, ¿qué es lo que usas? Invalidaciones, ¿no? Te estás metiendo en un long acá, ¿cuál es tu invalidación? Esta. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que haría? Te saca y se va para arriba. Como lo que hace antes de un corto, ¿no? Pero si se llega a llevar esto con fuerza, luego va y luego regresa, eventualmente acá, ahí es la zona donde vas a querer hacer un corto. Sencillamente, o sea, seguimos en el downtrend, no hay nada que haya cambiado, como lo hemos dicho 1000 veces, no hay, aparte de las noticias, no hay señales de fondos en la tabla en sí. Simplemente siguiendo el patrón del 2018, deberíamos simplemente irnos de lado de aquí a diciembre y en diciembre valer verga. Eso sería para mí lo correcto. ¿Por qué? Porque sencillamente desde acá hiciste bajos más altos, haciendo a todo el mundo pensar que ya habían chingado, que compraron el fondo. Y puedes ver que de acá a acá hiciste este tipo de patroncillo, pum, 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 pum. Y en noviembre del 2018 fue cuando te mandó a la mega verga a encontrar fondo en diciembre. Y esto coincidió con lo de los bonos que ya les enseñé, que es la deuda a corto plazo, que también a largo plazo funcionó para bajar los intereses. Y esto fue literalmente una bajada de intereses en el 2021, lo que se dio. Empezó en el 2018, bueno, tarde 2018, todo el 2019 y el 2021, todo pasó de una vez, ¿no? Entonces, esto es lo que estaríamos viendo. Si estamos viendo esto, una vez más, si ahorita nos llevamos los fondos y este patrón se pierde, esto se va a la verga y podemos esperar, ojalá, que entonces sea el 2022, donde es que ya tampoco se fue. En agosto también fue donde caíste. Normalmente encuentras tu fondo en julio y tienes tu pompa hasta agosto, hasta en el 2022. Nada más que acá te lo dio antes y no tan violento. Y lo que se parece al otro es que habías tenido tus mínimos acá, 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 ¿no? Eso es lo que se parece al 2018. El 2021 te dio un bajo bastante alto comparado con el fondo en los 25 o 26, y luego caíste acá a los 17 y luego finalmente a los 15, donde ya fue relativamente cercano. Entonces, por ahora es simplemente cosa de ver esto, este cierre de la de 4 horas. Otra cosa que quiero ver con ustedes rápido es, voy a quitar esto, voy a poner Bitcoin USD y dividirlo entre el oro. y ver que Bitcoin está en una zona de mínimos tremenda en la semanal, donde estos mínimos desde el 2020, 2022 aguantaron, Bitcoin está aquí abajo comparado con el oro. No había estado en una zona así. Esto me hace pensar que el oro está completamente cocinado, porque una vez que Bitcoin retome este canal para arriba, ahora sí que sería una estupidez tener tu dinero en metales. Una pérdida de tiempo completa, porque normalmente después de un SFP de este tamaño, después de una línea que ha respetado, o sea, puedes tirar esta línea mucho más para atrás, ¿no? Literalmente desde el 2017. Imagínate. O sea, una línea de 10 años que nunca había roto y ahora está por abajo desde enero de este año. Bitcoin debería tener el movimiento más fuerte para arriba. Esto no está diciendo que ya lo debe de tener. Tienes que primero superar esta zona para poder empezar a ir para arriba y estás viendo que volatilidad está contrayendo en la tabla mensual. La última vez que expandió fue ante esta gran caída, fue esta expansión. Entonces puede darnos más expansión para abajo o la reversa, que lo ha hecho antes. La expansión te la dio para acá arriba. Espérame. Ese fue el fondo. Pero en el MACD nunca en la historia de esta tabla habías tenido una venta de este tamaño en el oro contra Bitcoin. Nunca. Lo que puede decir que puede respetar esto. Ahora, recuerden, esto es relativo al oro. Eso quiere decir que el oro se estaría petando. Si Bitcoin baja más, muy probablemente el oro sea lo que, ¿cómo se dice? Pues Bitcoin puede bajar, hacer un mínimo acá rápido, aguantar esto y hacer una divergencia alcista en la semanal, ¿no? La de 2 semanas es más limpia todavía. Te enseña perfectamente eso. Y eso quiere decir que Bitcoin tendría más para abajo en lo que el oro aguanta más o menos donde está y eso debería reventar a la alza. El yen japonés completamente destruido y continúa para arriba. Y esto es lo que decimos, ¿no? Llegas al tope, es el tope de la bolsa y normalmente cuando esto se da la vuelta y va para abajo es cuando ves a la bolsa ajustar y esto todavía no pasa. Relativo a todo lo que estás viendo ajustar ahorita, más allá de cripto y de Jack in the Box, que es un pinche shitcoin estos días de 11%, nada se está moviendo tanto. Todo está relativamente tranquilo, menos Rivian también, que se lo había llevado el payaso. Pero Rivian, si no saben por qué Rivian se fue a la verga, fue porque emitieron más acciones y diluyeron a todos sus accionistas 5%. Esta caída es exagerada, en mi opinión, de Rivian. Esta hubiera sido una buena oportunidad de compra en los 15. Es más, VIX 13% arriba y la bolsa solamente cayendo 1%. Una vez más, para el regreso de la guerra, ¿no? ¿Qué más va a pasar? Caídas de 1%. Lo que me gustaría ver es esta tomada de liquidez, si soy alcista en baja temporalidad. Recuerden, no estoy diciendo yo que ya se acabó esto y nos vamos a altos históricos. Nel. Lo que estoy diciendo es, vamos a tener un gran rebote a esta zona, este buen rebote, si es que sigue el patrón del 2018. Aquí me deshago de todas mis posiciones y espero a toda la delicia de la última parte del año para reentrar con muchos mejores precios. Cuando todo esto se vaya a la mega verga, si es que se llega a dar. Porque sigue siendo una tendencia bajista, no hay duda alguna. Y estas gataditas, las vimos en el 2018, ¿no? Aunque estas gataditas pueden resultar en esto, pero hasta ahorita no hay indicación de ello, solamente noticias. Técnicamente hablando, esto continúa en un downtrend bastante agresivo. Para mí, yo sí estoy jugando este long, no les voy a decir que no. Tengo muy poco que perder en él. Y para mí, mi invalidación la tengo hasta acá abajo. Estoy usando poco apalancamiento para no cargarme la verga. ¿Por qué? Porque según yo, si va a venir acá, va a venir a los 5,300, 61,300, 61 planos o 61 o 60,900 para rebotar. Esto lo estoy jugando yo, es de muy alto riesgo, vas en contra de la tendencia, tienes setups de volatilidad en la de 4 horas que van en tu contra, no tiene sentido. Le estoy jugando por las noticias. Literalmente nada más, para que lo entiendan. Aquí técnicamente hablando no tiene sentido lo que les estoy diciendo, porque esto no debería de aguantar, esto debería caer y continuar para abajo y llevarse esto a la verga y hacer un nuevo mínimo, si es que es lo que es. Pero yo sí lo estoy jugando. ¿Por qué? Porque Solana tenía que venir a retestear el breakout que está justamente aquí puesto y Bitcoin tiene que sacar a estos güeyes. A todos los genios que compramos acá, que yo sí me salí en este long, pues ahí voy otra vez a reintentarlo. ¿Por qué lo estoy reintentando? Por temporalidades y por noticias. Porque yo sí creo que esto es el ciclo del 2010. Hasta que no me lo pruebe que no, yo sí creo que es el ciclo del 2018. ¿No? Y es lo que me mantiene vivo, carnal. Pero por ahora entiendan que sí, la preferencia, estás debajo del S&P 200 en la de 4 horas, pues es bajista. Estás debajo del EMA 100, esta línea roja, en la de 4 horas, es bajista. Estás buscando hacer un nuevo mínimo, confirmas un tope acá, es bajista. La única, y también, por cierto, que se lleve este mínimo es más bajista, pero eso sería la cosa más pinche Bitcoin de mierda que haría. ¿Ok? Entonces, por eso también veo que las altcoins no están cayendo tan agresivamente. Estoy viendo a XRP 3%, Ethereum 4%. Por eso tengo como el hopium de ver este trade acá a rebotar a la alza. Y también que ya vas a acabar el pedo del EMA, del S&P 200 en la semanal. Ya se va a acabar la discusión solamente con una vela. No sé. Me huele a que sería demasiado fácil, ¿no? Y ahora piensen el por qué. Porque si esta vela cierra aquí arriba, digamos, ¿no? Que la vuelve completamente verde. Solamente cerrar aquí arriba, olvídate de más arriba, aquí. Sería completamente idéntico en la vista semanal, completamente. A esto, donde tuviste la siguiente vela verde y arriba de. Completamente idéntico. Y el pompazo te lo dio, no ahorita, no en la que sigue, dos velas después, para finales de julio, principios de agosto. Entonces, si estás siguiendo más o menos ese patrón, esta vela se vuelve verde al final, que le quedan 5 días. Es lo único que estoy diciendo es, no creo que se acabe el despecho del S&P 200 en la semanal. Yo creo que si subimos acá a los 63,000 es más o menos donde cerraría, 63,000 y cacho, casi 64. Y con eso tendrías una vela verde más alzadita, que la pasada sería pues, simplemente una continuación de esa repetición del 2018. Pero por ahora es más bajista que alcista. Por ahora esperar solamente 20 y tantos minutos al cierre, la de 4 horas, nos confirmaría y te daría más probabilidades de un corto que de mi long. Mi long es simplemente una idea completamente conspiranoica, honestamente. Pero esto sería aquí la zona para hacer tu corto en los 62,200 a los 62,500 con el S&P 200. Agarrar y iría para abajo. Esto es lo que técnicamente hablando, sin conspiranoia, sería lo que más sentido tiene, para que lo tengan presente. Y lo que queremos ver es, ¿vamos a romper el patrón del 2018 o no? Si lo rompemos y vamos más a la baja, pues bien, entonces estamos en un mercado más parecido que el 2022 y no deberíamos de ver tanto para abajo, como lo habíamos dicho antes. Pero si es el 2018, deberíamos de ver un mega dump después, en la parte más de atrás al año. ¿Ok? Listo, mis hermanos en Cristo. Vamos con la que sigue. SHIB para un trade, por favor, Mr. Farhano.
Alrighty. Shiba Inu. I've heard from some very smart people who say that if Bitcoin can trade over $100,000, why not Shiba Inu? Why not?
I agree. I mean, clearly, those really smart people that you've heard from are ahead of the curve.
Yeah, and if you were to just put $1 into Shiba Inu right now, you'd be a gazillionaire at that point.
Oh my God, this is
food for thought.
I don't understand how people still look for these things, but okay.
So I did post currently just right now. I posted a little long on here, a meaner version type of long. The idea is based off of simply that you're at the median right now, and momentum is still flipped up with bullish divergence still active, and this bullish divergence will be active as long as you're closing over mini zeros 4, that which is this previous actually mini zeros 421, right around that 420 zone, and we're also attempting to put in some type of higher low here with that bullish divergence, and also the ROI is pretty awesome here. Where if you were to take it to this low, this is around less than 4% against you versus 12% in your favor to the 21 EMA. That's like 3-to-1 right there, so pretty awesome. And let's go down a little lower. Let's go to the jewel. The jewel is now also giving us a buy signal. We are getting the pink is currently dropped below the yellow, but this is looking like it's going to go back up or cross back on this next daily close as long as we're closing over the median. Or 2-day close, I mean. Hourly is now, daily is now starting to flip down. But if you notice, you didn't take out this last daily high on momentum, so there's no bearish divergence here. And now we are back to the neutral zone. And as of now, we are taking out the momentum lows. Actually, not just yet. We're taking out the low from here, but now we are making a lower low, so there's no divergence here. And volatility is now back to 0%. See here, there's still weak daily bullish divergence in between these 2 points, though. And the daily is now getting a bullish cross with the pink going above the yellow. I'm thinking that you're going to get this neutral signal to come down somewhere around the edge of the bearish control zone and then end up flipping back up here. 12 hours also now at the bottom, 38.2%. Momentum is now starting to tick back up right at the edge of the bearish control zone. We are taking out all of these previous lows on momentum, which the close is at 420. We haven't closed below 420 just yet, so there's still a possibility of bullish divergence or hidden bullish divergence here, but this is going to require a close back over this wick high to confirm as of now. So it's going to be a little difficult, but if you can continue to grind some type of higher low here at this 38.2%, then it'll be much easier to confirm as we go on. You just can't take out 420 on a closing basis. 8 hours also coming right down to that 38.2%. You got 18 minutes left to go. This is close to a breakdown here. You got momentum right at the edge of the bearish control zone, very close to making it to the bearish control zone. You want to see this close below this level here, which is at mini zeros 424. Not really that much higher than where we are now. We're at 421. This is at 424. If you get a close below this area, though, then this is going to likely take you down to revisit these current lows. And 4 hours basically hit that 78.6, which would have been the target of losing the 38.2. 4 hour momentum is now entering into the bearish control zone where the volatility is expanding now. And you got a fresh silver cross to the downside here. 2 hours now flipping back up. Already hit the 78.6. Just want to see, just put in a local bottom with any close over mini zeros 425. If you put in a local bottom, then you're likely going to get a move up to at least this median here. Alrighty, let's go into our side. Alright, daily does have hidden bearish divergence, but you already at the easy target, which is the simple moving average. Unfortunately, you cannot see what these numbers would be because they have so many zeros. And this hidden bearish divergence would be leading into a third drive of bullish divergence because you are still making a higher low on momentum with prices making lower lows. That would be 3 drives of bullish divergence if this does confirm. Daily also close to putting in some bullish divergence. 12 hours got hidden bearish divergence active. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below mini zeros 445. You have hit the easy target though, which is the simple moving average in the neutral zone. 8 hours already also hit the hidden bearish divergence target. You're forming some bullish divergence here because you do have a slightly higher. Actually, do you have higher low? No, that's actually a lower low. My vision kind of is shit. I can't tell.
On my RSI, it does show on the 4 hour bullish divergence on the 4 hour because the RSI did make lower lows while the price didn't.
Okay, so then we would have that bullish divergence here, but this is going to be a little difficult as of now to confirm. A little hard to see with when they're that close. Also, nope, none. Higher lows. Zoom in here. Lower low. No divergence present there. Now let's look at momentum. Alright. 2-day is currently freshly flipped up with bullish divergence. Unfortunately, you can't see what the pivot is. TradingView really needs to put in a thing where you can remove these zeros. Daily also currently flipped up, now exiting the bearish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing. Well, unfortunately, you can't see that. Fuck, I forgot. 12 hours flipped down. You're right at the edge of the bearish control zone. 8 hours also flipped down. You're in the bearish control zone now. 4 hours also flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone. And now 2 hours freshly flipped up. It's unfortunately can't see that pivot again. See what this low is at. This is a lower low, so there's no divergence present here. And hourly is also flipped up. Let's run it back. But yeah, basically the idea is that you're trying to play this higher low off of the median with a risk of about 3.8%, and you're looking for trying to catch the next lower high somewhere right around this 21 EMA, which also lines up with the 61.8%. The actual target would be the 78.6%, but I'm front running that a little bit because this is a shit coin and I don't want to get fucked on the shit coin. Like shit coins usually fuck you. So I'd rather have it a little bit below at that 61.8% instead of the 78.6, and that would give you about 12% in your favor versus about 3.8% against you, which that would be your stop at this wick low.
God bless whoever's trying to get into this one. All righty. Let's do it. Thank you. Voy a poner esto rápido para que lo vean de lejos. Esta es una de esas cosas en las que no se quieren meter, ¿no? Pueden ver el gran wick que dio hasta acá y pueden ver dónde está el precio. No, no pueden porque esta mamada no... Vean esto. Y obviamente tienes estos bajones hasta acá con estos subidones para que nunca puedas invalidar nada, ¿no? Pero pueden ver la tendencia en general de esto. Va para abajo, creando nuevos mínimos en todos lados, ¿no? Esta es una moneda de esas que se va a ir a cero, solamente para que lo sepan. Diaria. Diaria, lo que tienes en la diaria por acá son mínimos, son bajos más bajos, digo, bajos más altos acá que estos y no que este. Pero lo que eso te da es, en lo que esto va para abajo, esto va para arriba, una divergencia alcista. Lo que está usando Farhan para analizar esto es la tabla de 2 días. Y la tabla de 2 días tiene lo mismo, esta divergencia alcista en el RSI con esta caída. Tiene puesto su HPDR, donde está viendo que fue simplemente un retesteo de la parte baja de la zona azul y es básicamente un long. El problema de tu long en este pedo es la invalidación, ¿no? ¿Qué tan lejos estás? A casi 5% del wick de acá, con una posible ganancia de aquí al promedio del 21 de 12%. Es el doble, 1 a 2. Lo que personalmente yo haría es, me esperaría a ver si vuelve a bajar a esta zona de acá, ¿no? Casi cerca. ¿Dónde están esos? En los mínimos que viste aquí atrás. Si llegas a bajar a esa zona, ahí es donde yo entraría. Si no, aquí no hay trade, tío. No en todos lados hay un trade y no a todas horas hay un trade. Y el problema de esto es lo agresivo que es esta chingadera. Si ya te vas a meter acá, estás muy lejos y puede que baje antes de subir otra vez. Lo puedes ver ahí en la diaria, ¿dónde estaría eso? En la diaria también fue la tocada de la parte baja de la zona azul y ahora sería retomar la media para poder subir, pero todavía no estás por encima de la media. Así que eso es lo que tienes que mantener en mente, teniendo en cuenta que acaban de ser el bajo, más bajo, más bajo, más bajo de la puta tabla, y pues eso no es bueno. Así que sé paciente y espérate a ver si vuelves a regresar a testear estos mínimos e invalídate, no en la parte baja de esta vela, pero es que el pedo es dónde no, ¿no? Sí, usa esto y a ver si tienes suerte y pega. Y si sí, usa tu tabla de 2 días con tu EMA del 21, ese sería tu objetivo, pero no te esperes hasta que llegue, tal vez porque es un shitcoin, véndelo un poco antes para que lo veas. Y es todo lo que tenemos en esto. Vamos con Intel para inversión.
Perfect. Let me get that up.
It's for investing.
Not ETH. Intel. Need the Intel. Let's see here. Nice. Okay, perfect. So for an investing, yeah, wow. What a massive green, red dildo, not green. Red dildo here. Get the rainbow chart off. Can actually see it a little more clear. Clean. So you do notice that the last, major downside moves did get held off that weekly 9. So you instantly know that, okay, this is getting weak, but you do still have a weekly uptrend. That's why this week is more observed, really for observing, in my opinion. You're really watching for June 1st low to get taken out. Once that weekly downtrend is confirmed, that's the beginning of a macro downtrend, which will help for the investments. Now, you're still, though, producing a higher low, a higher high. And that's why we still want to be watching here. Just, I'm going to be talking about lower, but this is still looking overall strong despite even a massive red dildo. Now, Intel's pretty simple for me just because it's one of those stocks that have been around for a while. Boomers like it. There's money in it. So that often means that it does respect the moving averages even more than something like just something more less risk on, I guess, than something like Intel, which is more risk off, more just boomers like it. So I would be watching the monthly 9 for an opportunity. $83.29 seems like the big spot. And you will notice that you're basically looking at 2000, right? The dot-com bubble, the high that was the major high for multiple years. I mean, we're talking all the way up until when? Yeah, so for 26, 25 years, it's been the high. You're really looking for that to get just retested in confluence with your monthly 9. I think it would be inconsiderate of this really massive high that never got tested up until 2026. 26, that's insane. To then really be looking for that as a major spot of interest. It's not really until you lose that where then I would be looking at $50 being an opportunity. Big difference between 83 and 50. But until we actually really lose this and even get one pullback to it, I need some data firstly, but we know the monthly 9 is a big spot of interest already since the reclaim in 2025. As you see, Intel has just been straight up. So I would be watching very carefully the monthly 9 that is at 83.29, and that all-time high essentially resistance is sitting right into $76.60. So to me, that seems like a key area where you have like a scale in around 83 to 76. Remember what I mentioned though, you're on observation this week. You got to see the weekly actually shift down. That's going to help with exacerbating this move down into July. Really, then getting those easy buys into the lower 80s, mid 70s. Let's see if the bi-weekly gives us any more confluence of those buys. Maybe being a good spot. Because remember, something like Intel really shouldn't sell off too much. Don't think you look at your Intel chart and you say the opportunity is going to sit here at like a weekly EMI 100 because that would mean something really disastrous occurred on this chart for it to go all the way down there. I do believe if you can actually hold above this $76, you are just going to make a new all-time high on Intel. And even on an investing standpoint, that could mean just it going back to its all-time high is almost a 2x on something like Intel. So really not bad. And even the bi-weekly here had bottoms. You can't really see it with my drawings. Let me get that off. Bottomed off of the 21 before. Like in this time, you were in higher high posturing. You were holding the bi-weekly 5, And you do see the accurate spot was right off that biweekly 21. Now, the difference was you did have that SMA 200 right into that zone. But still, I mean, for me, if let's say a biweekly five's been holding, got even major expansion, I should just be looking at that same zoned $75 in confluence with that monthly resistance we talked about, with also the monthly 9. So really, I do believe that's the easy spot. And you'll even notice here again. Remember what I talked about? If you don't hold 76, you probably do dump back down to 40. And when you start looking at even the weekly, you just throw your 55 off, you can actually see here that you do get a pretty dramatic drop down to the weekly EMI 100 once you lose $76. This weekly EMI 100 is a big spot. It is at 78, almost 79. But I would just be using my line in the sand at 76.60. But look at the massive drop down once you lose it. Let's see the last time we've lost that. And point is, once you lose the weekly 34, can easily drop down to the 100. Now, this I wouldn't say counts just based because the gap isn't that big. But this one's impressive. And here you did lose it, and then you did dump down towards that weekly 100 where that was support. So really, I do think Intel has lower. I am actually expecting this weekly to shift down. You just need that, lower low break, lower high. And then I would be really watching for 76. As long as you hold above that, this will make a new all-time high eventually. What we could now start seeing is bullish consolidation above 76.60. The dot-com bubble's all-time high flipped into support would be the perfect SR for like the macro. And that's why I think that would be the perfect spot. This is I think the stock Trump shilling as well. So, you don't want to be with everyone else buying it in the 120s, 140s, when very conservatively Intel could dump 46% from there. And of course, find a bottom with all the things I mentioned. But if it doesn't, then imagine being the person holding from 140 all the way down to like $50. That would be bad. Again, I don't think that's happening, but it's already dramatic it going to just a very predictable, easy SR here, 46%. So, be cautious on this. Watch very carefully that weekly trend shift and really use the dot-com bubble's all-time high SR to be the spot of interest. And there we don't need to guess. We just simply play macro trend, higher highs equal higher lows on a monthly, but also your monthly 9, bi-weekly EMA 21. Let me just confirm that on the bi-weekly. Yes, bi-weekly EMA 21 with your weekly 34. We just stick to our system here. There's no weekly sell trigger major dump down as long as you're holding above this 34, sitting right near 76.60. So not too bad. And could even argue weekly volatility is contracting. So then by the time we do hit 76.60, there's your bottoming move, and you're just gearing up for like consolidation before an all-time high break. Intel's a good looking chart, honestly, as long as it holds above 76.
Thank you, señor. Pueden ver que Intel había venido con este super mega pompazo aquí abajo hasta acá y ahora está ajustando simplemente. Voy a quitar esta mamada. Lo que estamos viendo es en el punto, en el post de las .com, que fue nunca hemos vuelto a retestear esta zona, ¿o sí? No. Desde que subimos en la tabla mensual, simplemente subimos y no venimos a retestear esta zona. Lo ideal, como siempre, sería esperar, tener paciencia, si quieres entrar en Intel, y esperar a los $76. Te los va a dar en este movimiento. Ahorita ya es el cataplum de todas estas acciones de inteligencia artificial, de chips y la mamada, y que te este movimiento de casi 50% de recorte. Vamos a ver qué es lo que ha hecho en estos años, por ejemplo, del 2017 al 2021. Vamos más bien a poner del 2021 para abajo, te dio un recorte de 73%. Bien. Del 2000 para abajo, te dio un recorte primero de 82% y luego de 83%. Bien. ¿Qué tan loco suena que baje 47%? Nada, ¿no? Suena bastante bien. El pedo sería perder esta zona. Si llegas a perder esta zona en Intel, no me acuerdo por qué puse esto acá. Si llegaras a perder esta zona en Intel de los 76, pues estarías viendo también la posibilidad de venir a los 58 y la caída sería relativamente igual a lo que has visto antes. La cosa es, tiene cara que esto va a caer de una vez. Por ahora estás haciendo simplemente, déjame quito esto. Por ahora lo único que estás haciendo es alto, bajo, alto, bajo. Todavía no te llevas este bajo. Te llegas a llevar este bajo, este es el patrón tan famoso de McDonald's y probablemente entonces te diga que sí vas a ajustar y vas a venir a esta zona. Y esa zona de los 76 se vuelve una zona bastante interesante para el precio de Intel para poder comprar en una mejor posición. La siguiente sería 68 por estos dos picos de acá. Correcto. Sí. Después de 76, $10 para abajo y tal vez otros $10 para abajo a 58. Y ahí es donde podrías tener tu zona de compra. Pero por ahora Intel está aguantando. Yo creo que aquí no hay trade, no te quieres meter de acá a tomar el riesgo de la subida. Una subida de máximo 35% si te lo llega a dar, nada mal, pero si llegaras acá, ¿cuál sería el retorno? 88%, el doble, más del doble, 88%. Intel tiene cara que quiere continuar cayendo, no hay nada que nos diga que no, sobre todo cuando ves en la mensual y pones el HPDR. Ves que llegaste al 100%. Mínimo que te dé un retroceso al 95%, 88%, ¿no? A esta zona y obviamente esto va a cambiar con el mes, pero sí, por más que tenga un buen ajuste ahorita, Intel todavía no es algo sustancial. La cosa y lo que están viendo, ¿no? De las malas noticias y que no compren semiconductores ahorita, pues va un poco de la mano con todo. Recuerden que eso no quiere decir que nunca vayan a caer estas mamadas. Lo que quiere decir es que probablemente recuperen poco de acá, regresen otra vez a hacer esto para después caer efectivamente a los buenos targets o un poco más abajo cuando sea el momento. Pero por ahora es simplemente esperar. No vale tanto la pena comprar acá, ni siquiera estás en esta zona de intercambio. Aquí sería la buena zona para decir, ok, pero ya llegó acá. Y el pedo llevaste todos los mínimos, etcétera. Entonces, 76 es donde quieres ser paciente y empezar o poner tu bid final, lo que tú quieras. Si lo vas a hacer agresivamente, 76 es un perfecto número. Puedes ver cómo el promedio del 9 y el 5 trimestral van para allá arriba y eso debería de aguantarte. Pues nunca los ha retesteado. Mínimo a la primera tienen que aguantar, ¿no? Como cada que subes, el 5 y el 9 son los que te llevan en estos mercados buenos para arriba. Entonces, no estás ni cerca en la trimestral, espérate. No persigan estos pinches velazos verdes así. No lo puedo decir lo suficiente. No lo puedo decir lo suficiente. ¿Ok? Y ahora sigue Google. Déjame ver si es por un trade o para qué chingados es.
Alrighty. Google.
For investing.
Back in my country, they call it Google.
Google in Mexico.
La Google.
Google.
Let's start with the quarterly here. Alphabet. Quarterly momentum is now starting to freshly flip down. You do have a slightly higher high, I think, so there is no bearish divergence here, but momentum is flipping down, and it's within the heavily within the bullish control zone. It does make sense to get a tick down from the edge of the critical zone. Not necessarily, like, not really bearish at all to see momentum flipping down here at the edge of the bullish control zone. The idea right now is for momentum to continue dropping, get a little deviation of the bullish control zone, take out this previous low, put in some hidden bullish divergence somewhere around the 5 EMA, and then ideally send it up from there. But that does front run a lot of things and assume a lot of things will happen. Currently, you do have a God mode sell signal in the background. I mean, a God mode signal in the background, but there is no sell. It's still on the buy signal, so it's not actionable just yet. And you have hit pretty extreme areas on the HPDR. You went well into the 97.5%, almost tapped the 100%. So it does make sense if you see some type of little pullback here. It's not that crazy. And it'd be perfectly healthy to come down and retest this 5 EMA, sitting somewhere around like $300, $310, not too far from the 38.2% also. So could wick down somewhere just below $300. But the idea is that you don't get a close below quarterly close below $286.86. As long as that doesn't happen, you'll have that hidden bullish divergence, and then at that point, these ranges will step up, and then you'll have another target towards wherever the 78.6 is at that time. All right. Monthly also flipped to the downside, although it is ticking up here at the neutral zone. You are putting in some hidden bullish divergence possibility on the monthly. This will require a close over all-time highs to confirm at around $404.47. A little unlucky as at this moment, but as you go on, this is going to be easier to confirm. And as of now, you are closing over the median, so you would have another target of, you are over the median, so if this does close over the median, you would have another target of hitting the 38.2%, and then at that point, it'll be much easier to confirm this divergence, because then you'll only have to close over $371 to confirm it, and your 38.2% is around $380, so you would be over that area to get the confirmation. But you still need to see the close to see it actually confirm. And monthly is not giving you that God mode sell signal, although you do have a bullish cross in the background with the pink crossing above the yellow. And this is the first time that Google has ever had this on the monthly. And since that play crossed, you got to move up of around 40%. Not bad, 39.5%. Unfortunately, we don't have any previous results to look back at. 2 week is also flipping to the downside now. 2 week is putting in bearish divergence, which has been confirmed. Your easy target was the 9 EMA, which you have hit so far, and now you are. It is looking like you're going to go a little bit lower, especially because you've broken back into this 38.2%, and you're putting in kind of a shooting star dildo here. You have 9 days left to go, which is a long time. Not quite as long as it would be in cryptocurrency, but still a good amount of time. And if you do close below this 38.2%, you are going to get a move down to somewhere around like $320 to $310, and that's going to go along with your move on the quarterly to retest that 5 EMA. All right. Weekly has also lost 38.2%. Weekly is flipped to the downside. You're about to retest the edge of the bearish control zone and the simple moving average. Very likely that will reject. That comes along with your move up to 38.2%. Kind of front ran a little bit, and it is rejecting as of now. We just want to see a loss of this 9, which you did on this last close reject. So if you do close below the 9 again, that gives you a move down to $300, which is right here at this 55 EMA. Last time you front ran the 55. This time you'd be putting in a higher low and actually hitting the 55. 55 here is where you got your last busting action from to massive new all-time highs around June of 25. Let's see how much of a move up there we have seen from there. 141%, not bad. Five days, same look as the weekly. 5 days putting in some bullish. Actually, no, it isn't, because you have a higher low, so there's no divergence at all. And this is also getting your rejection. Just want to see the loss of the 9 for that move down. 2 days also rejecting 38.2%. From here, you would have a target of at least somewhere around $350. Although I do think it's going to come down towards this 100 EMA, which is where you bottomed out last time before one of your all-time highs. It's right around. This is very close to the quarterly 5. Daily also rejecting the 95%, putting in a shooting star dildo. You got bearish, I believe, let me zoom in here. No, this is, you got hidden bearish divergence because you have taken out these previous highs and momentum while price is still making a lower high. And this will require a close below $362.42 to confirm. And if you do confirm it, you get a nice move down to this 200 SMA, lining up with the 78.6%, right around $320 to $315. I guess so that would be your ideal entry point, right around $320 to $300, and then your hard stop would be somewhere around like 270-ish. It is quite wide, but this would be one of those ones where you're not using leverage and you're just aiming for all-time highs. So if you were to take this towards this previous low, how much of a loss is that?
It's an investment, so it's not a leverage play.
I see. Yeah, so it makes sense. You got a 15% against you versus if you go to your all-time highs, that's like 25%. So pretty good investment there, and that's just at current all-time highs. If you were to take it to a new all-time high, that would be like 37%, pretty good. And I'm gonna go on a limb here and say I don't think Google is gonna go anywhere. I think they're okay. Down, okie dokie. 2 days also rejecting, very close to. Once you take out this wick low, you'll have a bearish engulfing dildo here too. And 2 days also putting in hidden bearish divergence. Daily also hidden bearish divergence. Let's go a little lower. 12-hour also has hidden bearish divergence. 8-hour also has it. Even the 4-hour has it. Let's look at the RSI. Today's got hidden bullish divergence, although you have hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average. And from here, your next target would be, or your next support zone would be around $350. And daily's about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 362.42, and then this gives you a move into the critical zone, which is going to update several times. Right now, it's sitting at 260. I do expect it to go up to somewhere around $300. 12-hour also putting in bearish divergence. Targets around 260, which also I expect to update. 8 hours also got bearish divergence, same number, 260. 4-hour also multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. A 4-hour gives a more updated target, which is somewhere around the bearish control zone at around $317, right in between that 320 to 310 or 300 area. And let's look into a little higher time frames on the RSI as well. Quarterly still got active hidden bullish divergence. You've went into the critical zone now. Simple moving average is going to be your support zone, and that's sitting at around $285, closer to that $300 number. Quarterly, a monthly already has multiple drives of bearish divergence. Your easy target is going to be the simple moving average, which is currently sitting at 345. And then the bullish control zone is around 280. Although I would expect to see this update. 2-week also has bearish divergence. This is going to target 315. Weekly's also got bearish divergence, going to target $300. 5 days got bearish divergence. You've hit the easy target though, the simple moving average. The next level is going to be around 325. 3 days got hidden bullish divergence, although you've hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone, and now you are in within the bearish control zone. It looks like this divergence is going to get invalidated. Okey-dokey. And once you take out, once you come down to that $300 area, you probably are going to take out this low. Okey-dokey. See what else. And you're very close to putting in another possible drive of hidden bullish divergence here. This is going to be 3 drives. The 3 drive number is the magical. It is the one that usually is the one that completes the move, where you get your three drives and then you get your busting action move. And this is going to be possible as long as you're closing over $273.76. And you're already very close to taking out this momentum low. You're basically there already. So if you come down to around $320, you're definitely going to take it out. And this will be one of those bearish divergences that goes into a hidden bullish divergence. That's what Google usually likes to do. It gets the bearish divergences, gets a little move down, gives you a hidden bullish divergence, new all-time high. Bearish divergence, move down, hidden bullish divergence, new all-time high. Bearish divergence, move down, hidden bullish divergence, new all-time high. Seems like the secret is just bidding the bearish divergence targets. All right, let's look at momentum. Quarterly is freshly flipped up, maintaining the critical zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $315. Plus, you're putting an inverse herp and derp here on the momentum, stochastic momentum, and these are more effective on momentum oscillators than they are on price action. Monthly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $374. Looking towards somewhere around that monthly 9, maybe slightly below it. 2-week also flipped down with bearish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $400. Your target from that bearish divergence is going to be this 21, right around $320. Weekly is also down with bearish divergence. It's going to remain down as long as you're closing below about 379, 380. 5-day also down with bearish divergence. It's going to be down as long as you're closing below 374. 2 days flipped up, but it's still within the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 343. And on this next open, you're going to be at the edge of the bearish control zone, so this pivot likely does go up. Daily also flipped up. Daily is entering into the bullish control zone. Daily is putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over $351. 12-hour also currently up, entering into the bullish control zone, putting in that hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 351. And 4 hours now freshly flipped to the downside, and it's going to remain down as long as with, I believe, yeah, you also got hidden bearish divergence on the 4 hour, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $363. So the idea right now on most of your time frames, as they're all leaning towards downside. The only one that's kind of leading my idea here is the quarterly, because the quarterly is freshly flipped to the upside here at the critical zone, and then the pivot is right around the zone that we're looking for to get to see our correction to, right around $315. And we have our multiple bearish divergence targets leading you down to somewhere around $320 to $300 flat. And that would be the area where Google likes to correct to on all of these big moves, right around this 21 EMA, right around which is where it likes the bottom before going to new all-time highs, basically front running or tapping the 21 EMA. So right now we're not looking. We've got that happen here, but we're not looking for that move into the 21 EMA right now. We want to see on the on the monthly, I believe, the monthly to come down and test that 21 right around that, which is going to continue to rise, so somewhere around $300 at that point, which is then that's also going to be the target of your bearish divergence, and then you'll be putting in hidden bullish divergence on the opposite end, which is what Google likes to do. Takes the bearish divergences, puts them into a hidden bullish divergence, and then that takes you into new all-time highs. So somewhere around like $320 to $300 flat, I would start bidding, and then I'd put my stop or I put my hard risk management area somewhere around $270, where if it goes below 270, then the idea is going to be a little weaker. And if you see a monthly close below $270, then I would cut this idea, because it is possible, because this is not a leverage trade, so you don't have to be as careful with it, where if it were to wick below, you would close. Since this is a spot, I wouldn't close on just a wick below. I would wait for a closure below this wick low, then I'd close that position.
Thank you, senor. SoFi for investing, Alex.
Cool.
And then I'm going to do this right now. Vamos a hacer el draw. Hoy vamos a regalar $3,000 y el viernes $6,000 para que lo tengan listo en mente, presente y potente, damas y caballeros. Vamos a empezar ahorita con los $3,000 del miércoles. Vamos a empezar con nuestro ganador de $500. Ya saben que esto es para toda la gente que está tradeando en Bitunix con nuestro enlace de Elite Trading Academy, que está en la página de Tutos. Empezando, poca gente tradeando esto, así que si ven nombres repetidos, es lo que es, mis hermanos en Cristo. Nadie está buscando más de ello, así que se lo merecen. Felicidades, si es que llegan a ganar de nuez. $500 se van para BitPassmail. Efectivamente, ganaste la semana pasada. Muchas felicidades, mi estimado. Vuelves a ganar $500. Recuerda que tu premio es completamente redimible solamente viniendo a tu campanita aquí a la derecha y picándole que te dé el cupón por esos $500 para que trades esos $500 y hagas un chingo de lana. Vamos con los $1,000 en este momento, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver cuál será el nombre repetido de esta semana. A ver quién se lleva estos $1,000. Y nuestro ganador es, damas y caballeros, prepárense. Espero que sea un bitcoinero que chupa muchas tetas. Vamos a ver. Y es dav@gmail.com. Estoy seguro que también ganaste la semana pasada y espero que seas un bitcoinero que chupa muchas chichis. Felicidades, mi estimado. Vámonos. Voy a decir estimado porque la gran mayoría de aquí son hombres, ¿ok? Somos los más degenerados y los que más apostamos. Así que ahí lo tienen. Dav, felicidades. Vamos a ver si alguien más que ya ha ganado en el pasado se va a llevar esto, o si ya alguien que ganó hoy, porque eso pasa mucho, porque hay muy pocos participantes en esto. Vamos a darle para adelante, damas y caballeros. Vamos a darle. Estos $1,500 se van a casa. ¿A casa de quién? Excelente pregunta. Y el ganador es david@gmail.com. ¿Ves? Te lo digo, mi hermano. ¿Ganaste qué? $2,500, efectivamente. $2,500. Felicidades, mi estimado. Y mínimo acá, bit@passmail.net se llevó 500, pero se había llevado la semana pasada una buena lana. Así que ahí lo tienen. Nos vemos el viernes para regalar estos $6,000 que faltan para esta semana completar nuestros $9,000. Bien, vamos a ver Google. Chingada madre. Google, una de las acciones más aburridas del planeta porque apenas si sube y apenas si baja. Estos bajones tremendos de mercado súper bajista como el 2022 fue un bajón máximo de 45%. ¿Pero qué me dices de los aranceles, Alejandro? Aún recuerdo los aranceles de Google. Los aranceles de Google bajaron 30%. Impresionante. Pero Alejandro, ¿qué pasó con la recesión de este año? La recesión de este año bajó solamente 21%. Y ahorita, desde el tope a donde hemos caído un 20%, básicamente el promedio normal de una caída en Google. Lo que aquí en esta tabla los quiero invitar a ver, es una tabla mensual porque queremos invertir en ello, no hay necesidad de meternos en temporalidades bajas, usa tus promedios, ¿ok? EMAs, ¿por qué? Porque en el 2022, ¿qué te cachó? El 55, ¿ok? ¿Qué hay arriba del 55? El 34. Bien. ¿Qué hay arriba del 34? El 21. El 21. Ahora este es un promedio mensual. Lo que va a hacer que tome tiempo y por ende vaya a subir más. Para nosotros el objetivo es sencillo. Google va a venir a corregir entre esta zona de acá para hacer un bajo más alto, ¿no? Podrías hacerlo hasta básicamente esta zona, ¿no? Aquí, de entre los 328 a los 290. Yo dividiría mi entrada en 3, si es que de verdad le quiero meter a Google para poder entrar acá, 290, 306 y 328. ¿Por qué? Porque aquí tengo tu promedio del 9 mensual. En la última se agarró el promedio del 9 mensual. Si tiene más fuerza, no lo va a tocar. Pero no creo que sea el caso. Simplemente aquí te agarraste del 21, acá simplemente fue el 9 y una nueva caída sugiere que empezarías a ver más debilidad, que si viste no hay tanta debilidad en el 9, pues vamos a ir al 21. Y el 21 está justamente aquí, es la línea amarilla que estás viendo. Por eso, y también tienes que tomar en cuenta lo que tarda en caer Google, no cae luego, en lo que esto va subiendo es cuando vas a venir eventualmente a tocarlo y esa probablemente sea la zona, respetando este mínimo, porque es lo que hace Google y yéndose para arriba. Nada mal, ¿eh? Nada mal. Pero para que vean, es como empiezan. Esto es lo que yo había platicado con ustedes de lo que yo veía en cripto y vamos a ver si se llega a dar. Donde este verano veamos las acciones caer, ¿no? Y es un poco lo que estamos viendo ahorita con todas estas pendejadas que les cuentan de que no, es que Donald Trump y la guerra con Irán que nunca acabó, que siempre acabó, pero nunca acabó y no dejan a tu pobre Paco favorito dormir, cabrón. Lo que yo había dicho es, veamos debilidad en las acciones, veamos un poco de fortaleza en cripto. Cuando todo el mundo voltee y diga, güey, ¿qué pedo con cripto? Está muy fuerte comparado con las acciones. Ahí es cuando cripto se vaya a la verga y pues las acciones se recuperen a fin de año. Y ahí es donde el próximo año, a cierto punto, si jugamos el libro del 2018, si este año sería noviembre del 2018, el próximo sería el equivalente a la caída. Entonces tiene que pasar todo el 2027 para el 2028 tener una caída estilo COVID o de ese tamaño. Pero vamos poco a poco, paso a paso. Tu siguiente nivel en Google es simplemente esta zona de acá. ¿Y por qué también es fácil de ver? Ya violaste este soporte, ¿no? Que debió haber sido, soporte no lo violaste en cierres, pero sí en en flashazos con wicazos, llamémoslos, tenías tu siguiente zona de resistencia, que es esta en los 328, la zona con mayor probabilidad de ser tocada, y la que sigue sería esta, que fue donde hiciste un SFP en los $306. Ya de ahí para abajo, simplemente sería al fondo de esta vela, más o menos por ahí de los 292. Si lo quieres dividir así, ser un poco más responsable con tus entradas, si lo quieres ver así. Ahí no está Google, nada mal, bastante fuerte. Vámonos a ver SoFi Technologies para invertir.
Nice. It's in a tight spot. Sophie's in a very tight spot. She's going to make a move here very soon. Really, it's kind of hard to dictate here. If we end up getting, let's say, a weekly candle closure under $17, more likely than not, we are going to start actually moving down towards $12, maybe into that $13 region. But I'd be more on the camp of just watching the weekly SMA 200. But then also why when I'm watching this consolidation, I see weekly volatility contracting. So move is coming here, along with even bi-weekly volatility contracting, if you see here. You do notice the monthly is actually in an interesting spot because you are holding the 34. Here, I want to say weakness, but what you have is just a range between the 21 and the 34. But you are still holding it. You got the reclaim into May. In June, you did hold it. Now, you could argue there's a hanging man candle here on the monthly after a little short-term move up, right at that monthly 5. Not the strongest, but that's why I want to just stay on that idea, which is weekly candle closures under $17 will give you that last leg down, which I do believe closer to $12 will be somewhat of a bottom on SoFi. Now, again, if you continue though to hold this 34, you continue to hold above 17, technically then this spot would be the investment opportunity. Right at that monthly 34, you know that holding this 34 doesn't get you into a sell trigger, and you could actually start moving up, slowly putting bullish price structure. But again, assuming you don't close under 17. So not the cleanest, clearest chart. This is where HPDR definitely could be our friend. Let's kind of see what we're seeing here. Again, it's like you're in a breakdown. Median's dramatically up. It's not the most bullish chart, but still holding the 61.8, 78.6% range. So again, just plays into, $17 is a pretty big spot for SoFi. Again, you see the argument here. Your bi-weekly, my apologies, EMI 100 is holding, which was the last big spot that held before SoFi did bottom in 2025 and move up to even new highs. But again, you just see you are rejecting the top 38.2%. You're still in the weekly sell trigger if I throw the rainbow chart off now. And you are potentially 9 days going to lose that $17.90 region. It's a very big spot for SoFi. I do believe if you start deviating that along with $17, you're going to be in a 2021-like environment, which was really once you started losing that $17.90 region zone, you really did start really dumping hard. You did notice it didn't take SoFi much to reach the $12 from that spot. But again, it's hard because you're in between a major moving average, but still under your slower moving averages, even like the 5-year. So that's why I'm not a little clear quite yet. More data will definitely be our friend here. But what I can offer is still the ranges in the proper way, how I'm looking at this, which is, okay, if 17 is going to hold, we're most likely going to start breaking out. And then that means that technically we are in a good buy zone here, or upon confirmation, once you get that weekly buy trigger, simply, you just saw that was the last major, kind of zone to position before a new all-time high. I would then just start buying SoFi here and just betting that any move down into that $17, $18 region is an opportunity. But if you do end up seeing this weekly candle keep moving down, keep getting more girthy, and actually breaking under 17, to me, that would make a lot of sense to actually start really looking for lower. Because the implication will be just that 1790 region is going to deviate. Look at the last occurrence that really lost it was here. and then also the big dump in 2021. You also saw mini ranges formed, but essentially once 17.90 got lost, you did move down closer to $14. And there you have to really put in the question then under this weekly 100 starts opening up the weekly SMA 200, which I do believe that is going to hold. You are in a deviation pattern here. And so if you do end up breaking down with weekly volatility, look for that to be an opportunity zone. My analysis is I'm just not 100% sure if you're going to get this really deep leg down. Because really, I mean, this chart sold off pretty dramatically already. 54%, 54.69%. We're calling for maybe under $17. SoFi ends up going down another 28%. Let me see the last lows here, because I know this is probably a lot more. Yeah, that was actually 80%. To the actual low was 82. But then again, in 2025, it did make the 53% bottom here. And again, it's right off of that, weekly 100, monthly 34. You kind of see that. So that's why a little more unclear. Let's see where July closes. If you do end up seeing July hold its monthly 34 into August, that could be the easy spot to buy. If you do end up swiping back down towards that, that's at $16.65. You're in a very tight range. You have weekly volatility about to give you a setup. So there is a move coming here, and it is a macro move in my opinion. HBDR is even saying on the monthly we're still in breakdown, median shifted dramatically up. We were close to a breakout on the biweekly, but we're now rejecting that. And that does mean that you still have more of a chance to go back down towards the median, which is closer to that biweekly EMA 100, which is the last spot in 2025. We got a bottom along with the weekly as well here. You see that we are literally just flirting with that zone. So I would be very cautious of this chart. We need a little more data if you are going to be buying here at $17. So just be fully aware of that and really understand you have confirmation trade once you get a weekly buy trigger. So maybe you don't want to buy here, but you just want a confirmation trade. And that will take you closer to the all-time highs. But if you end up closing $17 on a weekly candle closure, that's when this thing starts diminishing for me. That's when it will start looking like perhaps then that bi-weekly is going to start losing the 9 and the 5, and then that'll lead into the monthly losing its 34. That'll mean that we are now in the first sell trigger on SoFi since, I guess, 2026. So in this chop, we've actually had it before, but have we had any expansion away from the monthly 34? Well, no, and you can just see that here. And that's why then if you do start closing under $17, be fully aware this 34 is not going to hold. This hanging man could act as like a lower time frame top and lower high. Trend is still down. In that case, then I would be looking for $14, maybe closer to $12. And we're just going to play what we know. And that's, okay, here we had a nice bottom near the weekly SMA 200. Here you had a reclaim, no retest, last leg down, volatility setup, 28%. But this could be the major opportunity for SoFi. And if we do end up coming back down, that would actually put us closer to 62%. Here we had a 53% dump. We're currently in those metrics now at 53%. But then here's where things shifted and we actually got an over 80% move down. Meaning SoFi could absolutely move down greatly. That's why I'm not going to be telling a lot of people to be investing here. Put all your chips. Either wait for the confirmation trade, wait for August, or just wait for the next leg down. All scenarios mean you need to wait, though. Probably not a buy here until you get that confirmation of either that weekly buy or a monthly candle into August. Because how terrible if we move down 28%, people buy. Every $1,000, you're down to $280 to $300. So,
thank you, senor. Much appreciated. Very simple. Very simply put. SoFi. Les voy a enseñar qué es lo que hago yo cuando estoy viendo una acción para ver cuándo voy a invertir en ella. Obviamente esto es esperando y viendo que la acción haya hecho nuevos máximos recientemente, que no sea algo que se esté yendo a cero, ¿no? Porque muchos creen que la mejor tabla para ver es una que se está yendo para abajo y que está haciendo nuevos mínimos, y no es cierto. Los he mal acostumbrado por completo, porque eso no ocurre para nada, nunca. Es solamente suerte. Con eso he dicho, ¿qué es lo primero que hago? Lo primero que hago es mido el último gran evento que tuvimos cuando tuvimos un gran recorte. Ese fue el 2021, 2022. Cuando hicimos un tope, al fondo fue una caída de 85%. ¿Ok? No voy a volver a ver esto ahorita, porque no estoy en un escenario 2022. No estoy en un escenario donde cambiaron la palabra recesión, bla, 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 y tuvimos en todos los sectores una caída gigante. Lo he dicho 1000 veces. ¿Dónde estoy? Estoy simplemente comparando con el 2018, que ha sido zonas de debilidad, caídas buenas, pero no 2022. ¿Ok? Pongámosle la medalla de plata al 2018 comparado con la medalla de oro. Bueno, la medalla de oro es 2008, la medalla de plata es 2022 y la medalla de bronce es 2018 en caídas. En este momento lo que voy a hacer es medir dónde estoy ahorita. De donde he estado hasta donde ha caído un 54%. Ya es bastante sustancial esa caída comparada con el 2022, ¿no? Lo que diría, pues, güey, si compré aquí abajo, ¿no? En mis líneas meme, fue una buena compra. Pero ahorita estoy aquí arriba, y aquí arriba, ¿dónde me pone? Aquí arriba me pone en una caída de 47%. Nada mal, nada mal. Pero, ¿estoy ya viendo el fondo de esto o no? La cosa es, y puedes notarlo acá, desde que empezamos a subir de este fondo de acá, tuvimos este mínimo conectado con este mínimo de los aranceles de SoFi. ¿Quién no recuerda los grandes aranceles que sufrió SoFi por ser un banco digital en Estados Unidos? Y yo esperaría un retesteo de esta zona. Digamos que esta vela cae y vienes justamente por acá a los 14. Esta sería mi gran zona de compra. Entonces, para mí, puesto así, tal cual como lo pone Alex, sería eso. Ahora, ¿dónde voy a descartar que el precio vaya a llegar? Esta zona de los 11.60. ¿Por qué? Porque, güey, esta fue la resistencia del mercado del 2022 que después usamos como soporte para reventar a la alza. Personalmente dudo que esta chingadera vaya a llegar acá, ¿ok? Entonces, tengo que tomar ciertas decisiones en mi análisis cuando quiero invertir en cosas para decir, voy a llegar aquí realistamente. ¿Voy a llegar en realidad hasta esa zona, sí o no? La respuesta aquí la tienes que contestar tú, ¿no? Porque esto es lo que depende de nuestra avaricia o lo que no. Porque técnicamente este sería un nivel que pudiera tocar el precio. No hay duda alguna. Pero para mí tiene mucha menos probabilidad de estar ahí un rato. Podrías ver algo así, ¿no? Un buicazo y ya. Pero no le voy a dar mucha probabilidad a ello. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando mido de tope ahí, es una caída de 64%. Solamente va a caer 20% menos que en el 2022. A mi gusto, eso estaría cabrón. Para mí, una caída ya de 60%, ponte tú, $13 máximo, hasta acá de 57% ya me pone ganador, ¿no? Si estoy diciendo eso, ¿dónde quiero invertir? Tienes dos sopas en este momento. Una, para asegurarte que no compres en medio a mal precio, lo que quieres ver es poder cerrar esta vela mensual por encima del promedio del 5. Si no cierras por encima del promedio del 5, ve cuántas veces has tocado el 34, que es la línea blanca. ¿Cuál sería tu siguiente nivel a tocar? El 55. Y probablemente vengas y hagas un pedo así, esta línea viene subiendo, y vengas a esta línea por ahí de los 14, $15, con un máximo de 14 en la caída, a mi punto de vista, ¿no? Y entonces planear acá, ¿dónde quieres entrar? ¿Dónde vas a poner tus entradas? La primera zona de resistencia y después se volvió soporte es esta, en los 16.15. La segunda zona es tu promedio del 55 en los 15. Y la tercera son los 14. ¿Crees que vas a caer más? Entonces haz tu plan de acuerdo a, pues güey, si va a caer más, yo estoy esperando que caiga a los 11.70, entonces tal vez tu primera entrada sea en los 14 y tu segunda entrada en los 12. Y eso te da un bajón de cuánto una vez que llegas aquí, de 15%, nada mal. De donde estás, ponte tú. Si ahorita dices, voy a esperar a que caiga solamente a 16, sería solamente 6%. ¿Vale la pena esperarte para eso? No. Al promedio del 55, 12%. Acá sería 20% y hasta acá abajo un 30%. Entonces, la cosa es decidir dónde vas a empezar. Puedes empezar aquí abajo o la otra que puedes hacer es, una vez que te trepes en el promedio del 9 mensual, comprar ahí. Porque eso ya te da la confirmación y además llevarte este alto de acá de los $20. Porque una vez que haces esto, esto y esto, estás básicamente ya en camino a hacer un nuevo máximo histórico. ¿No? La decisión es tuya, mi hermano de Cristo. ¿Dónde quieres entrar en este pedo? Y esto se lo recomiendo a todos ustedes hacerlo. Con empresas probadas, de nuevo, esas tablas que solamente van así para abajo no son las buenas para invertir. Este tipo de tablas son en las que quieren invertir, ¿no? Hasta en Roblox, para mí, si ustedes creen en los videojuegos y todo eso, súper, vean esto nada más como pinche poema, súper tabla para invertir, donde hiciste un nuevo alto histórico comparado con este y te dio la oportunidad de volver a reentrar en el retesteo del 2021, una locura, castigadísima, si es que crees en esta empresa. Pero entrar en empresas como las que yo les pongo a veces, como Rivian o Lucid, cuando están en estas situaciones, no es bueno. Y pueden ver también Rivian hasta ahorita, toda la gente que compró todo esto está en la mierda. Así que piénsenlo bien. Palantir no está tan mal ya. Palantir ya sí una buena. Pero en fin, da igual. Vamos a la que sigue. US Oil for a trade. Señor, should we go long or should we go short?
Alrighty, let's get into some oil action. Getting real oily in here, like a Diddy. Never mind.
Damn.
So I do want to start this off. I know this one is for a trade, but I want to get this other idea. Also show this is that on the weekly currently you are now forming or very close to putting in a local bottom. This is going to confirm as a local bottom with any close over about $71.60, and also you're taking out all these previous lows on momentum, or price is still making a higher low, giving you possibility of hidden bullish divergence here, and that will confirm with any close over $71.60, which confirms your local bottom. Although I alongside this, I'd also like to see a closure back over this 200 SMA, and then I do think busting action is back on the menu for oil. I also want to show the 2-week. 2-week is bouncing right off that 200 SMA, plus 2-week is also putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking out all of these previous lows while price is still making a higher low, and the weekly divergence confirmation will then bleed into the 2-week confirmation, and that'll take us up back to somewhere around 90 to 100 bucks. Somewhere around our current highs on confirmation. Now let's go back to the lower time frames. 2 days also putting in a local bottom. 2 days will confirm a local bottom with any close over $69.26. Nice number. And is there any divergence here? Not really. There's between these 2 points, but I wouldn't want to go that far back on something like a 2-day. And you're also about to reclaim your 38.2%. Ideally, I'd like to see it close over the 9 as well. Right around, they're basically at the same level, at around like $75. Once you see that, then you should see it move into the silver cross itself, somewhere around like 80-ish bucks. And momentum is currently flipped up and exiting the bearish control zone. You're putting in some possibility of hidden bearish divergence though, because you have taken out these previous highs while price is still making a lower high, but this is going to require a close below $67 to confirm. And 2 days now losing the sell signal in the critical zone. Let's mark this off. Let's put it towards the sell signal. And we're only going to take the ones in the critical zone. So not these ones. Here's one just at the edge of the critical zone, so I guess I'll take it. Here's one in the critical zone. Take that one. March of 2020. And here's one also in the critical zone, February of 2020. And I think that should be enough. We'll take it from the open. That was about 6% up. This one from the open, almost 30% up. Wow. I'm not going to take this because it didn't make a lower low. This was when we went to negative, and well past the 100%. The 100% was here at $5, and we went all the way down here into on TradingView. It doesn't show negative, but it went negative. I still don't know how that works out. Like, do they pay you to take the oil? How does that work? If it's
They did, yeah.
Wow.
They paid people not to take the oil, but to store it. So my friend Amir that has boats all over the Middle East, back then, he went from like having really nice cars to having like hypercars left and right. Because he had the boats. He's like, yeah, give me the oil, park it, and pay me $30.
Man, that's like when NAT, the Nordic tankers, were making millions, like so much fucking money every day. You're just holding it in the ocean, the oil.
Yeah. That's literally what they did, and they fucking absolutely murdered.
Do they give the oil back afterwards?
Yeah, you sell. Honestly, you sell it back to them.
Sheesh, it's like basically like you just shorted the top of oil, and then you covered your shorts when you're selling it back to them.
Yeah, all you had to do is have boats.
Yeah, just space, get the free oil. They pay you to hold it. They did, and then you
The
just
only requirement was being rich as shit and having a lot of boats.
That's it. That's the only thing. That's the only thing you needed.
You only need a couple of $100 million of boats. No big deal.
Not a big deal. Not a fucking big deal. But yeah, dude, that made those people so much fucking money. Yeah, because by the way, it's not like you can go and say, hi, I'm Farhan or I'm Alejandro and give me oil. Like, they won't give it to you because you need certain places that are approved to be able to do so in order to store it, right? So, yeah. Regular people couldn't play.
And then some retard will say, you see, it's gamed in favor of rich people.
Oh, no way. I love that those people are like...
What an amazing discovery. I would have never guessed.
Holy fuck, you're realizing this now? Wow, what a genius. You should write a book.
Probably already have. That's what all the biggest retards do, is they got to write a book.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we've done more than the minimum move so far, which is around 6% on both times we had the minimum move. So now we're going to take the other one, which is around 29 to 30%. And that would bring us to just under $90. Interesting, because we did have a short-term or a target of around $90 to $92. Still wouldn't be any all-time high, but at that point, it's pretty close to the next busting action move. Daily also positioned to the upside, entering into the bullish control zone. Daily is also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, but this is going to require a close below $67.82 to confirm. And as of now, you have put in a local bottom on the daily on yesterday's close. You did also close back over the median, and now you're back over the 200 SMA. So I want to see close today over this 200 SMA around $74. Maybe you'll see another little move down to tax $72, $73 for this 38.2%. I'm not really married to that idea, so exactly, but with closures over this 200, I do think we're eventually going to come up and fill this gap here somewhere around this 100 EMA, 97.5%, like $83. 12 hours also putting in some possibility of hidden bearish divergence, and it's looking a little toppy here. If it does close like this, I do think you're going to come back down and retest somewhere around 72 or 73 bucks, which is also going to be your 21 EMA. And you're very close, like ballsack here away from getting your 9 EMA crossing above the 21. This is going to happen on this next close in about 4 hours, and then you get a target of your 55 from there, because whenever you get your 9 crossing above the 21, you get a target to the 55 above, or if you get the 9 crossing below the 21, you get a target to the 55 below, and that would currently put you around like 77 bucks. And 4 hours at extremes here, going to close in about an hour. You're also putting in hidden bearish divergence on the 4 hour. It's a little easier to confirm on the 4 hour. You have to close below $73.14, and then it gives you a move down to the cross right around $71 and $70 to $71, which is the silver cross itself and the 38.2%. And you are just getting this fresh silver cross. And the 9 EMA currently is around that $72, $73 area. So unless you confirm this confirm this hidden bearish divergence, I do think $72, $73 area is going to be the zone to bid. And then that also gives you a very, very tight, pretty tight stop, because you would take it at this previous candle's low, the one that gave you the busting action. Take it from 72.65. This is around 1.7% against you. Versus if you go to 80 bucks, it's like 11% in your favor. So that's kind of like 10 to 1 right here. Pretty cool. And 2 hour is still flipped up. You are coming down to retest the moving average. 2 hour does have hidden bullish divergence, which did confirm on this last candle. Now you're about to come down to the 5, which is around $74, somewhere around $74 to $73. I do think you're going to find some type of bounce. And based off of the weekly and the 2 week, I do think it's going to go higher. Let's check out RSI. But it's so difficult with this oil shit, because it could be going busting action to the upside, busting action to the downside, and then you'll see a Trump Truth Social thing, and then all of that will be erased.
I just follow the SMA 200 on the daily from 2022. Once it lost it, it came back up, it SFP'd it to the upside, and then it went lower.
Zoom in how many drives. This 2 days about to put in a third drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $71.60, and then this gives you a move into around $89.39, right around 90 bucks. Daily also put in local bottom, gives you a target towards 83, which is basically this 155. 12 hours also got bullish divergence. You have support at the bullish control zone around 73 bucks. Four hours putting in some hidden bearish divergence, although this will once again require that close below $73.14. And then you get that would give you a move down to somewhere around 70 bucks, $71. Not really that much lower. Alrighty. Let's look at momentum. Wow. Two-day momentum is now flipping back up with hidden bullish divergence, although it's not that strong considering it's very far back. And this is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $68.20. Daily is also flipped up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over $67.76. 12 hours also up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over $69.38. Nice number. 8 hours also up with volatility expanding from many periods of 0%, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over $71.75. and 4 hour is now flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 75.43. So the idea here is you want to see a little bit of a pullback. Let's tag this 9 EMA off of the silver cross right around $72 to $73, and then that gives you a very tight stop because you take this previous low. So if you take this right around $72, you get your stop right around 1.2%, and then you're aiming for $80 to be hit, which is right around this 200 SMA, and that's like around 10% in your favor. So pretty good risk to reward right there. I do think based off of the weekly and the 2 week that this is going to end up going higher because it is pretty significant to see those hidden bullish divergences appear, and the weekly one is kind of like a formality to confirm at this point in IMO, because you just have to close over 71.60, which you got 2 days left to go, and oil doesn't like to move that fast where you'll drop $3 in 2 days. A couple of percent. Well, I guess you can see that, but it's not super common. And as long as you're over that 71.60 zone, I do think this is going to come up and test $80 based off of the weekly and the 2 week.
So I'm sorry, what's the entry?
$72.50 to $73.
Okay, and the stop?
The stop is $71.50.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, on the 2 week, actually, the 2 week almost, like you see it, it didn't really lose the 200 SMA. That's still pretty strong. Just getting started. Oh man, that's crazy.
And now everyone thinks it's over. My mom and dad were telling me just a few days ago, gas prices are coming so much lower.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that one. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, volatility, all it did was like took a little pause before it continues. And then the quarterly, yeah, I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, sadly, you're right.
You kind of got an inverse cock and balls pattern right there too.
Mega. But then you would have to break over 117 for it to go fucking mental. And if you do, then you're seeing all-time highs, which would be quite terrible for anyone that doesn't have an electric car.
$5 a gallon in Texas, maybe 10 in California.
Oh, maybe? Dude, California gets to 10 in 2 seconds. I believe like in that La Cienega gas station, the one that is the most expensive in the world, is like 7 or 8 already.
God.
Yeah, California is retarded. But listen, can I tell you who's retarded? The people that live in California in shit places. Like, why would you live in a shit place in California and pay those taxes? At least I live by the water. Everything is really well trimmed. This is the Bitcoin of the California area. The sun hits you perfectly. The roads are beautiful. Everyone's driving a Bugatti. The beaches are not public. You have to pay to get it. Like, this is fucking nice, dude. Like, why are you living in California in the middle of LA paying fucking those disgusting prices and taxes? And it's a shithole. It makes no sense.
Yeah, if you're going to pay that much, you should at least not have to look at poor people.
At the very least. I would say at the very least.
I'm just kidding, by the way.
At the very least, my friend. Ew, sharing my beaches with fucking... Ew, don't say that out loud. That's disgusting. But yeah. Oh, my God. Ok, el petróleo. Damas y caballeros, el petróleo tiene cara que está poniendo un fondillo por acá. ¿Dónde te quieres meter en el petróleo? La cosa es, y también el sentimiento de todo el mundo, es que el petróleo ya, la gasolina se va a volver a poner barata, todo va a estar bien, y esto tiene cara de que simplemente está regresando al S&P 200 después de un potente S&P en la diaria. Ahora déjenme los llevo a la semanal. La semanal no quita tanto ruido de la tabla, pero la semanal también te está enseñando lo mismo, con el S&P 200 por acá, a punto de hacer un S&P a la alza, marcando un fondo acá, confirmado, simplemente cerrando por encima de los 71.50, que es el tope de esta vela. Así es como confirmas un tope, ¿no? Pero la de 2 semanas es la diosa de todas, porque nos quita todo el ruido y podemos ver exactamente por qué. Porque en la de 2 semanas nunca perdimos el S&P 200. Cerraste un poquito por abajo, pero fue claramente una super movida de mierda para engañar a todo el mundo y hacerlos pensar que lo peor ya había acabado. Y no, todavía no acaba lo peor. Ah, qué gran mierda, efectivamente. Entonces, ¿qué estamos esperando nosotros? Si quieres hacer un trade en el petróleo, damas y caballeros, simplemente en lo que estás viendo acá, en la diaria, estás en una tendencia alcista, por supuesto, con estos bajos más altos en todas estas velas. Este mínimo fue confirmado con este cierre de esta vela acá en los 72 y ahora vienes a cerrar por encima del S&P 200. No te quieres meter donde estás, como sea, porque eso sería suicidio. Lo que quieres hacer es esperar un retroceso a la zona de 72.50, más o menos aquí donde fue la ruptura, 72.60, 72.50, y soltarlo por debajo de los 71, ponte tu 71 aquí. Si ves que cierras por debajo de 71, esto fue un S&P a la alza, va a rechazar y vas a continuar a la baja. Pero esto es un long. Efectivamente, en el petróleo estás por encima del promedio del 9 diario, estás a punto de romperle la nariz al S&P 200 diario. Confirmación, si esto es un S&P, te debería llevar bastante alto, primero a los $80, que es donde está tu promedio del 34, de ahí a tus $83, y una vez que pases de acá, sencillamente vienes a buscar los 90. ¿Se acuerdan cuando me preguntaron por qué vendiste este long? De acá, a acá. Nada mal. Me cagué, honestamente. Me cagué, damas y caballeros. Se llega a dar esto y en la trimestral están viendo un hombro, cabeza, hombro bastante deformado, que podría resultar en básicamente el movimiento más potente de toda la puta historia en esta mamada y llevarte a máximos históricos. Yo sé que no se deben de medir así, pero cuando son trimestrales, todo se vale. Y esto podría llevarte, si lo llegas a romper, que de nuevo, esto básicamente ya te pone en que estás haciendo un máximo histórico, en los $207. Así que ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver, tal vez no estemos esperando esto todavía. Primero vamos a esperar a ver esta confirmación. Pero otra cosa que tienen que poner atención acá es en la trimestral, tienes otra vez todos tus promedios igualitos que cuando reventaste aquí a la alza. Puestos, listos, tienes volatilidad expandiendo, había empezado a contraer, pero no contraer, simplemente a irse de lado, y ahora está empezando a empujar para arriba. Recuerda que el setup de volatilidad que estás viendo acá no lo veías desde acá, ¿no? Y eso es 1965. Así que algo extraño está pasando en el petróleo, algo muy potente que no es muy frecuente. Y ahí lo tienen todos enfrente de todos ustedes. Ok, vamos a la que sigue, que es... ¿Qué puta madre es eso? Un segundo. Perdón, estoy leyendo todo esto. Hay un descuento en TradingView. Había uno en, ¿cómo se llama? En, ¿cómo se llama esta chingadera? No tienes un solo trade en Strategy. Te voy a adelantar esa para que lo tengas presente. Tu invalidación de un corto está aquí arriba, muy lejos en la diaria, y de un long sería tu mismo bajo de esta vela, pero suena un poco a suicidio en este momento. Ok, vamos a ver el café una vez más. ¿Qué mierdas haces con el café que necesitas un trade diario? ¿Por qué no te metes a cualquier otra cosa? Solo para entenderlo. No era este. Coffee for a trade.
Let's see. Because I know we looked at it, I don't know, I think last week. So
yeah, this dude wants to see it every day.
Okay. No worries at all.
He's all in on Americanos.
Clearly.
Okay, let's see. I want to just see what we're looking at here.
Oh, wow.
Unsure. But I think we were looking at firstly the monthly EMA 100, but we didn't look at this in a month. So let's go to the weekly and see. Maybe that'll help us. Okay, so yeah, weekly SMA 200 deviation, move up. You did reach that 320 zone. So now, in my opinion, you're in a weekly trend shift with a higher high break. This is easy. Now you're just simply waiting to see where this weekly candle closes. Depending on where it closes, we'll give you a trade. Can't see big expansions off that weekly 100. So simply another trade would be wait for the weekly candle closure. If it just closes right here, or even as long as it doesn't close under 305, you're going to be in a weekly buy trigger. Confluence of that with the EMA 34 reclaimed, and then also just the deviation of the 100. That should, in theory, break you out. I'll put more weight on that than just than resistance at $321 holding us down. But again, that will mean that you need to just wait for 2 days. Another simple trade could be on the daily. You're just simply going to watch for a higher low forming on the daily EMA 9. You don't need to be positioning there. You can. And then the easy stop loss would be, well, I guess position daily EMA 9, stop loss right at 300. That's a very tight risk to reward here, but you're betting on a deviation play. Once you get back above daily SMA 200 and specifically deviation of 321, it's actually going to put coffee back into a major bullish setup. And at that point, I wouldn't see why we're not going to, at least test closer to 380, possibly all the way back up to around 410. But again, that will mean that you will need to see a bounce here soon. And you really cannot take out $300 as a bull. You just don't want to see that daily trend shift down. Now, you had a higher high. You had a nice reclaim of the SMA 200. It's not a good sign that today you rallied up to it and rejected. But the hopium now is that maybe tomorrow, if you do defend this in 30 minutes, you get your higher low, and then you get your higher high break. Probably is not going to happen in one candle, and that's where then the back test setup will be your friend. As long as you do close dailies back above 322, you will get a nice daily setup. So you have a weekly, daily setup. I do believe coffee's bullish, though. The only way then I won't be bullish on coffee is if you continue to close under daily SMA 200, you do take out the low at 300. Because then at that point, you're back under the weekly EMA 100. You're back under here, the weekly buy trigger on the 34, and potentially you've put in a massive top candle on the weekly. But still, daily is giving me hopium that the weekly will close good, but I will want to see this actually reclaim SMA 200 sooner rather than later, and that could happen, tomorrow, Friday, maybe into next week. See anything else? Nothing. Too late. Monthly's closing in 23 days, so it's going to take a while. 2 day, it's just retesting that 321 zone. But again, really would want to start seeing bulls pick up here sooner rather than later. So for a trade, right? Again, play daily uptrend. That seems easy. No need to be aggressively longing for a higher low theory. Just wait for confirmation of that. Once you actually get back above daily SMA 200, you can long that, and your stop loss can be at 300 or even on today's low. Let's say you do end up just getting a bounce right up to the SMA 200 and get a reclaim tomorrow. If we're already looking for some kind of higher low, then maybe that could actually save you a few percentages from even the $300 stop loss. And that's always nice with a trade when you can work with it. Like, okay, we know this is a higher low, so let's use the $300 stop loss. Let's say we do get the kind of bounce. That means you could actually get a 2% buffer here. And you don't even need to position at the 9. You just wait for confirmation. That will mean that you will, have maybe on a maximum, like 5% versus right what I'm giving you about 8%. But then what's the move up? Because that's actually very big, honestly. And this is directly on estimate 200. I would recommend 321, which that's where I would go. But we measured at estimate 200, so whatever. And then I do think 380s could be the spots at 17% up, and then possibly all the way up into 410s. So it's like 25%. So yeah, good still risk to reward here. Really though, I would play the confirmation trade, either daily estimate 200 reclaim, or even going back to the weekly. As long as you close above the weekly 34, that's a buy trigger, and you are going to get confirmation of that with the weekly 100 reclaimed. Look at the aggressive move off that weekly 100. So this is going to be an epic close if you do close above it. We're not really going to be trapped by that 321 resistance. Remember, daily could easily break that once you do reclaim estimate 200. So yeah, bullish on coffee. You have setups here. You have options as a bull. And really, if you're trying to short this now, I don't really see the idea in shorting coffee. As long as firstly you are closing above the weekly 9, and then this bi-weekly 9, my apologies, and not taking out June 8th low. So as long as you're not taking out the low at $242, coffee is going to be bullish. Now I know that seems a little crazy because that is the low after a major downtrend, but you're just going to want to really see this low hold and for this to be bottomed out. So if this is bottomed out, that means that these highs can very easily be tested. We potentially can make a new all-time high on coffee. Let me very quickly see the HBDR on the monthly, just maybe to see if that's even a potential. So near the highs, I suppose. You do see the median is where we rejected. And that's why if you are longing that weekly and daily, really watch that monthly 9. Because once you get back above the monthly 9, you have just seen really coffee hold that and get some expansion here. If you do take out this month's, I guess, high, you'll break out and you'll get a target, right into 400. This is 391 to 407. So confluence of that 410 kind of TPIC. So hopefully that made sense. I do believe bulls have options on coffee. It's not a bad looking chart.
Thank you, senor. I'll do this quickly. Coffee. Café de futuros. ¿Qué haces con esto? ¿Estás tradeándolo diario por la volatilidad? No, porque definitivamente no estás invirtiendo en esta mamada. Vienes de una tendencia bajista desde acá arriba, ¿no? De noviembre hasta ahorita. La cosa es, habías tenido un cruce plateado acá, estamos viendo la diaria, en diciembre del 2025, y ahora tienes un cruce plateado a la alza. Rompes a la alza, te da en altas temporalidades una vela estilo así, ¿no? Una vela topera, pero empezando desde el principio, donde tienes un cruce plateado a la alza, el promedio del 9 es lo que deberías de revisitar. Si lo vas a hacer en la diaria, lo que quieres hacer es esperar a tener este toque del promedio del 9 y retomarlo si es que lo llegas a perder para poder cancelar el trade o tener tu salida aquí, en estos mínimos en 300. Pero no te quieres meter antes, está bastante lejos una vez más, ¿no? Con trades que les encantan, con invalidaciones gigantescas. Esta es una invalidación de 4%, no recomendada, pero cada quien haga de su vida lo que guste. Aquí lo ideal es esperar a ver esto, pero el trade grande y el fuerte en realidad está en la semanal. ¿Por qué? Porque aunque estés viendo al café perder en la semanal por acá, todo esto de cuerpo, tienes todavía el promedio del 100 aquí que estás pasando por encima de el recobro, el retome del promedio del 100, el retesteo en los 303, es lo que vas a querer hacer. ¿Y con qué lo invalidas? Con esta vela. Porque si haces un bajo, eso quiere decir que, pues sí, este fue probablemente el tope y vas a continuar para abajo. Pero lo quieres hacer cuando tengas el cierre, no ahorita. Porque todo te queda lejos, las invalidaciones te quedan lejos. De aquí a donde estamos, ¿no? En esto, el mismo 4%. Entonces, el que guste es por ahí, pero se ve bien el café después de haber tenido esta caída, tiene cara de que se está recuperando. Viste que el S&P 200 semanal acá simplemente fue un SFP. Ya te llevaste estos máximos. Los que siguen están acá en 370 y este trade semanal te podría poner en esa vía, romper 370, 384, si es que continúa a la alza el café, para que lo tengas ahí bien puesto. Porque había caído tanto el café y ahora está subiendo. Quién sabe, ¿no? Todas estas mamadas. Quién sabe por qué hagan todo lo que están haciendo. Pero pues ahí va. Lo único es simplemente este nivel de los 303 en el SMA y no perder el 34 porque lo está recuperando. Una vez que lo tengas, es todo tuyo. En la diaria, puedes usar el promedio del 9 como tu gestión de riesgo máxima, por ahí del 9, que está en 305, y salirte si ves que cae por acá en los 300. Y ya, simplemente. O también puedes jugar en la diaria. Lo que en realidad tiene más sentido en la diaria, además de esto, el retesteo del promedio del S&P 200 diario, ¡pum!, para arriba. Porque esa sería tu confirmación ya para alza estúpida. El problema es que te queda mucho más lejos tu confirmación, tu salida. Pero todas esas son las opciones que tienes en el café. Cualquiera de esas opciones funciona. En este trade preguntaban, Pionero, si teníamos descuento en TradingView. No, ya no. Creo que quitaron ese programa del que éramos parte de. Ya no lo tenemos. La otra, me pregunta Richie, logré entrar en Circle. ¿Qué opina de Open? ¿Qué opinan de Open ustedes? ¿Es el nuevo stablecoin que se comerá el launch de Circle? Si no entiendes Circle, tío, no deberías de estar invirtiendo en Circle. Esa es la recomendación que tengo. Si no entiendes el porqué de Circle, no te metas en esto estas noticias pendejas te van a sacar. No vale la pena hacerlo. Esa es mi sugerencia de todo corazón. Si no entiendes Circle, no te metas en Circle. Si crees que Open le va a comer el lunch, si no entiendes lo que hace Circle y por qué Circle es la cosa que yo veo importancia en, no lo hagas, tío. No tiene sentido que porque solamente un pendejo en internet te dijo que Circle vale la pena, Nel. No lo hagas, Richie. Salte. Narváez, buenos, Alejandro, entiendo la lógica de lo que dices respecto al ciclo de Bitcoin comparado en el 2018 y siguen cumpliéndose las fechas. Debería dar un bajón cerca del 7 de agosto, en el que casualmente está prevista la firma del Clarity Act, como dijiste en el video anterior. Correcto. Simplemente quiero entender un poco la lógica de lo que dices para tomar mis decisiones con lo que veo. Entiendo que puede ser bajista pero Circle y Coin en un principio deberían de favorecer según lo que hemos estado hablando, ¿no? Tu idea, aquí empiezan a tomar caminos diferentes de Bitcoin. Bajarán igual. Todo. Strategy es la única que me huele a fondo por la estúpida noticia, pero todo lo demás es diferente. Porque no les estoy compartiendo dónde estoy entrando y cuándo me voy a meter al final. Yo sigo esperando. Yo todavía tengo dinero listo por si tenemos una movida más de Bitcoin para abajo a los 53, 50 mil dólares. ¿Ok? Si estoy equivocado y este ciclo no es el 2018 y simplemente es el pasado, estoy preparándome para que ahorita caigamos, perdamos el paso de ese ciclo y ahí es donde hago el deploy de todo mi cash que tengo. Es lo que no te queda claro. Si este es el ciclo del 2018, no voy a entrar con todo, simplemente ya con lo que entré y voy a vender en cuando estás diciendo. Eso es literalmente todo. Lo que no es claro es cuáles son mis entradas y todo eso, que es donde están confundidos, porque no quiero que me copien, quiero que ustedes tomen estas propias decisiones, por favor. ¿Qué acciones de IA se pueden comprar? Se pueden comprar todas las que quieras, mi hermano. Yo no soy experto en IA, yo no estoy invirtiendo en ello, pero te estoy diciendo, no es lo que va a tronar la burbuja de inteligencia artificial. No te dicen que van a tronar la burbuja de nada, ¿no? Si no, nadie hubiera perdido en el 2008. Si no, nadie hubiera perdido en el 2000. O sea, por favor. Pero ese no es mi sector, no me interesa. Vamos a ver MU para inversión, vale. Y una vez más, señores, si estamos hablando de inversiones, ¿no? En cualquier campo, en lo que sea, y ya la viste la semana pasada, no cambia nada de opinión eso. Porque una inversión está vista a largo plazo. Lo único que está cambiando es tu desesperación por entrar. Pero encantados lo hacemos, solamente para que lo tengan. MU for investing in it.
and you put a inversion. So we'll start with the monthly. Monthly is still sitting here at maxed out momentum and volatility at about 99% on both, and you're getting the God mode signal on the jewel. Now you're getting the loss of the buy signal also flipping into neutral, and very soon this is likely going to switch into a sell signal, assuming that you do close below this candle's open, which is around 1,000, about $1,000 basically, a nice psychological number as well. And you've also tapped the 100% range on the HPDR. It makes it more likely that you will see at least some type of pullback here. At the very least, to reconnect with this 5 EMA, which is sitting around $830. Although I want to see where the HPDR ranges go, because I don't think it's going to stop only at the 95%. If the ranges don't step down, it's likely going to go a little bit lower towards around $660 to $670. Let's go to the 2-week. 2-week is also topped out. See, 2-week still also giving you the neutral signal with the God mode background. You got bearish divergence here, massive bearish divergence, because you're breaking these previous highs from this zone here. The highs were at like $400-ish, and these highs are $1,200, so 3 times higher, but you're not able to break this high on momentum, giving you a very significant drive of bearish divergence here. And this will confirm with any close below $950.28. And on confirmation, it gives you a move down minimum to the 9 EMA around $800. More likely, it's going to come down closer to somewhere around the 78.6, though, around that $600-ish number. Weekly is now flipping down with volatility contracting. Weekly has the God mode sell signal now. Weekly also has bearish divergence. And your next target from there would be the 38.2%, around like $800. 5-day also flipped down, volatility contracting. Also has the God mode sell signal. Plus, you're very close to getting a pink below yellow cross, quite bearish. Last time you had that pink versus below yellow cross, you saw a pullback of around 32.5%. So if you were to just take 30% from here, brings us to about $650, lines up right with that $600-ish target and 38.2%. Two-day flip to the downside, holding the 21 for now. You got about 2.5 hours left to go, and you are forming multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence on the 2-day now, because you have taken out all of these previous lows while price is still making a higher low. Although to confirm this is going to be a little bit difficult as of now. You're going to have to close back over $1,200, and if you do confirm it, then you get some nice new all-time highs. Although what's more likely, I'm thinking, is a move up to 38.2%, rejection here around $970, and then move down into the 800s, and then followed by 600s. Daily is close to putting in a local bottom. This will confirm with any close over 942. That'll just give you a move back up to like $1,000, which it will likely reject, and then you get lower. And you're about to get your 9 below 21 cross. This is going to confirm with any close below $1,000, and then you get your move to the 55, which is around $870. And 4 hours now flipping back up, also close to putting in a local bottom. This goes along with that short-term bounce from here towards somewhere around like $960 to $1,000. I don't think it's going to get back above 1,020, and likely going to end up rolling over into somewhere around 870 and then lower. And it goes along with the 4-hour losing the sell signal in the critical zone. Let's look at RSI. You got your support at the simple moving average, which is currently sitting around $950, which you are losing now. Just want to see a monthly close below that area, then you're likely going to be going towards the bullish control zone, which will update on this next monthly close, but right now it's sitting at 540. And then that'll give you monthly hidden bullish divergence, because this low is currently sitting at around $337, and you're just about to take it out right now. So once you go down to the bullish control zone, you will take out that low. That'll give you a very significant drive of hidden bullish divergence. 2 weeks at a local top here. It's going to target bullish control zone, sitting at $660. Let's see where that area is. Right along this zone. Weekly's got bearish divergence. It's going to target about $713. It's kind of lining up with your 21. 5 days got multiple drives of bearish divergence. Going to target 770, about $800. 3 days got bearish divergence. Going to target 650. 2 days got bearish divergence. Going to target about $600. Daily is about to put in the first drive for hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 942, and then this is going to give you a move into somewhere around $1,000. 12 hours also putting in that hidden bullish divergence, same target around $1,000. 4 hours confirmed the hidden bullish divergence, gives you a target to about $950 to $1,000. Let's look at momentum. This is currently flipped down on the monthly, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $1,131. Down on the 2-week with bearish divergence, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $1,244. Down on the weekly with bearish divergence, going to be down as long as you're closing below $1,085. Down on the 5-day with bearish divergence, going to be down as long as you're closing below $1,235. 2-day also down with bearish divergence, going to be down as long as you're closing below $1,174. Daily is also down with bearish divergence, going to be down as long as you're closing below $11.56 with volatility not expanding. 12-hour also down as long as you're closing below $11.55. And 4-hour is now freshly flipping back up. Let me zoom in here. You did take out these previous lows. What is this low at here? This is $864. And these are all higher. So this is giving you 4-hour hidden bullish divergence, which is close to confirming with any close over about 942. And this will send you up to about $1,000. And then from there, it is likely you will see that rejection. And then you get your move down to somewhere around like 870, 800-ish, 850, 870 for a little bit of a bounce. And then eventually I would look for somewhere around $650, $660 to get tagged. And this would be the area where I would start entering into a more of a long-term position, somewhere around the $660, $650 zone. And I would cut this position. This is a spot investment long-term, so there's no leverage here. But I would want to get out of this if price were to drop below this last major low, which is currently here around like $488. That is a good amount down, but this is spot investment for see how much you're risking. It's around 24% for versus all-time highs. This is around 100%. So this is 4 to 1 here in your favor. So it's pretty good, not too bad. Although you are risking quite a lot there. But the entry would be, the entry would be around that $650 to $670 zone for the more long-term targets or long-term positioning, and then the first TP would be right around your current all-time highs. I think you're muted.
I am. Alex, you want to do BE, and then you guys can run, and I'll do this.
Yeah,
BE.
sounds good. Bloom Energy, I think.
Breaking and entering.
All right. For a trade?
Investing.
Investing. Okay, cool. Let me get this chart off. So it seems to me that the higher lows are just formed off the monthly 9. Now you can hold the 5, but generally you wick below it and end up going to the 9. So with BE, this is a very bullish chart. You're in contraction of volatility, which is good. Extreme volatility leads to contraction, which gives bulls, potentially the next setup, while also in higher highs. So this is just very structurally intact. And still going in for a higher low would still be, the best bet here. Now, this chart, like I mentioned, likes to make higher lows off the 9. No need to complicate things. Really, since 2025, it's been doing that. That's sitting at $206. So I'd be watching that very carefully. The monthly 9, you're almost there, but still means you have a little more downside to go. And then potentially you can start actually investing in this. As long as you are staying above 181, Bloom is just going to be bullish. It's going to result into a bullish breakout. And so that means opportunities as close to 181 to me seems wise. You're just basically trying to flip February's all-time high into support. A very typical SR, while in higher high posturing, means higher low is still, in my opinion, the more valid thing to be looking for here. Now, this is still a monthly breakout. This doesn't mean into August the ranges won't shift, but still, I believe it plays into the idea that you should still be looking for a little lower on this chart. You are still in the somewhat extreme zones, but closer to that monthly 9 is the 61.8%. And like I mentioned before, that's just been the good spot to be looking for on BE for some kind of higher low play. You do go closer to the 50% near 181. That's why I'd actually want to wait until August to really see where these ranges shift. And so for that, you can use the weekly and bi-weekly. Weekly is telling you that we are more breakdown here, more likely to get some kind of move near the 21. And if you lose that, you go to the 34. But then I would say if you look to the left, anytime you've gotten near this weekly 34 has just been a nice bottoming zone. So confluence of that is really monthly EMA 9 retest giving you some kind of higher low. And even the contraction of volatility is no concern for bulls simply because you are not in a sell trigger. You are just potentially getting a throwback here. As long as you do hold above 181, you're not really going to be worried about this volatility set up firing to the downside. Now, if it does, you could easily move down to around 120s on Bloom, which is why 181 will be the big spot to be an investor. Use your monthly 9 for correlation with a higher low. 205 to 181 seems like the big spot. And you can easily wick a little under the monthly 9, but really that should be the big spot. Look how much the monthly 5 got a bounce from here up. That was 30%. So I would not be discounting the monthly 9. I definitely wouldn't be discounting this all-time high break here before Bloom went into a multi-month pullback. 2 months. 2 months it went down. So technically multiple months, but just 2. But still 35%. BE, it really does give you some pretty volatile moves. So for that, watch very carefully 181 to 206 and really pay attention to your weekly and bi-weeklies because I do believe as long as you are going to hold above the weekly 34, this will just be an opportunity zone in confluence with your monthly. So that's all I have on BE. Nice looking chart though, honestly.
Excelente. Is there anything you boys like to say before you go? We're basically done looking at Bitcoin on the retest right now, if that's what it is, right?
Yeah, 62.2 is the big spot. You'll really want to watch that into the daily close. I did notice the 8 hours in a sell trigger, so we're just retesting that. And even the HBDR in the 8 hours breaking down. But if 62.2 continues to hold even into today's daily candle closure, that's your big sign that, okay, yeah, 62.2 is holding. We actually might lift up to 69,000. But if you lose it, it's in breakdown. So,
Mr. Farhana.
My thought idea right now is I think it's going to go a little bit lower towards somewhere around $60,000 unless we get a 4-hour closure back over the 200 SMA. Otherwise, I think it's going to come down to around $59,000, $60,000, and then watch the reaction around that zone. If we do hold that on a daily closing basis and then reclaim 62.2, then I think they're probably going to go to $67,000 to $69,000.
Okay. Thank you so much, boys. Have a good day.
Yeah,
see you mañana for class.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, cabrones and cabronas.
Adiós. Voy a ver BE antes que todo. Esta tabla bastante alcista desde lejos. Vean esto nada más. El pedo es que tienes muy pocos datos, ¿no? Desde el 2018. Y no se comporta tanto como cualquier otra cosa en la bolsa. ¿A qué me refiero? Que esto, para empezar, salió a la bolsa en el año 2018, ¿no? Y luego tuviste el último periodo del 2018-19, que es más o menos lo que estamos buscando acá. Tuviste un ajuste grande, de tope a fondo de 93%. Luego tuviste justamente acá enero del 2021, que fue literalmente cuando empezó el bull market en todo. Hiciste un fondo menor de 80% comparado con el 90 y tantos % que habías hecho antes. Ahora, en la trimestral es imposible ver qué tanto ha bajado después de eso, ¿ok? Pero si lo pongo en la mensual, sí pueden verlo. En la mensual van a ver la de los aranceles, por ejemplo. Les voy a enseñar primero la del Yen Carry Trade, ¿ok? El 2024, acá. Esto es 2025, este es los aranceles. Cayó 48% en los aranceles, 48% de los aranceles. Luego acá, la de principio de este año, cayó 48%. Luego acá, en esta, que no tengo ni puta idea que sea, la de principio de este año, perdón, la pasada fue la de los aranceles, cayó 35%. Está cayendo menos cada vez, ¿no? Y de tope a donde estás ahorita estás en 30%. Si fuera a caer como normalmente, $200, donde está esta línea meme, ¿no? Es lo que esperarías. Pero lo que puedes hacer es dividir tu entrada en dos y usar el promedio del 9 mensual para meterle en la primera, que puedes ver que es donde todo esto te ha hecho fondo. Cuando estás invirtiendo en algo, no es tanta ciencia como cuando estás haciendo un trade. Porque a fin de cuentas es un juego de paciencia. Me están pidiendo todas las semanas lo mismo. Una vez más, vamos a repasar todo lo que quieran, las veces que quieran, ¿no? Si es lo que chingada madres quieren ver. Pero cuando estamos hablando de invertir, es algo que estás haciendo a largo plazo, no estás haciendo a 2 días. Entonces, si no se mueve en una semana, 2 semanas, 3 semanas, es porque estás en un rango, nada más. Y nada ha cambiado, ¿no? Todavía tienes esta vela de indecisión de arriba y para abajo. No ha salido de ese rango. Pero la oportunidad buena siempre viene a los pacientes cuando tocas el promedio del 9. Vienes acá y tocas el promedio del 9, es tu perfecta entrada. Y puedes poner una más abajo si te acercas un poco más a la de 2 semanas. Aquí, donde hiciste el tope pasado. En los 180. Entonces puede ser 200 y 180 sería la entrada ideal. Puedes ver que nunca no has tocado el promedio del 21 desde los aranceles, lo que te dice que es una excelente entrada si te llega a dar esta zona. Entonces, usando el promedio del 9, vas a entrar acá en los 207, donde esté el promedio del 9 cuando vaya bajando, y tu segunda entrada la puedes poner en 200 o segunda entrada en 180, porque eso en la de 2 semanas te pone bajo el 21 y eso literalmente te da esos niveles deliciosos que te dieron en, ¿cómo se llama? La caída de los aranceles, ¿no? Que es justamente lo que te gustaría ver, ese gran ajuste acá. Ahí lo tienes. Voy a ir a MU, que es un poco de lo mismo. MU simplemente estaba en un puto tear gigantesco desde que, para que lo vean, ¿no? De lejos, porque está cabrón. Esto es lo que ha hecho MU. Tíos, por el amor de Dios, espero que nadie haya comprado acá. Por favor. Lo ideal sería que fuera a corregir más o menos a esta zona, ¿no? Pero si no, por la gran fuerza que lleva, la zona de los $700. Ahora, vamos a hacer rápido la comparación que siempre hacemos, porque para invertir es más fácil. Es una empresa, no es un cripto que no tiene sentido. Para invertir, acá cayó 60%, ¿no? ¿Y esta qué caída fue? La de, puta madre, la del 2024 hasta los aranceles del 2025. 40 y tantos por ciento. Esta caída de acá, espérenme, no está bien puesta. Fue de 48%. La del 2000 para abajo no la voy a tomar en cuenta porque no estás en el .com de esto. Esto fue 98%. Y la de acá en el 2018 cayó 56%. Puedes ver que el promedio de caída es más o menos 45%, vamos a ponerle. 45% te ponen los $680. Tener paciencia. Y si no puedes entrar en esto porque no te da una entrada que es clara, no sabes qué tanto vaya a subir y si se va a quedar años aquí. Nunca, por el amor de Dios, persigan este tipo de cosas. Nunca, 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 nunca. Simplemente espera aquí en los $700 que es donde hay caídas promedio de MU para meter tu primera o toda tu posición. A mí me gusta dividir mínimo las posiciones en dos. ¿Por qué? Porque estoy dividiendo mi posición en dos. Imagínate que entro en los 700, ¿no? Y justamente aquí hace fondo. Güey, la mitad de lo que iba a meter encontró el fondo de algo que está subiendo cabrón. Voy a agarrar mi otra mitad y meterlo en otra cosa. Y es lo que mucha gente se pierde en esto. Se quieren meter solamente en una cosa que también es un error. Hazlo en el sector, ¿no? Si crees en el sector, que tiene sentido, sobre todo en esto de inteligencia artificial. Pero hazlo en el sector, no te metas de un putazo a una cosa. Y ya, que está cabrón hacer eso. Muy, muy cabrón. Buenos días, Trump estuvo diciendo esta semana que los stocks iban a subir. Compramos. Lo que están haciendo es ajustando para abajo. Lo pueden ver, ¿no? Todo esto. ¿Qué tanto? No sé. Para mí ya hay muchas cosas que están castigadas. Vamos a ver. Por ejemplo, Apple había tenido ya su gran caída, ¿no? De los aranceles, no de, ¿cómo se llama? Güey, es que aquí abajo en Apple te contaron que Apple estaba subiendo de precios, ¿te acuerdas? Y te dijeron que a la verga iba a tronar. Y ahí vas por un nuevo alto histórico. Meta continúa en esta tendencia bajista, lleva un año ya en ella, ¿eh? Desde agosto del 2025 hasta acá. Meta va a ser una súper oportunidad. Aquí donde estás ya no hay pierde porque estás en el promedio del 100, estás retomándolo en la semanal. Pero, güey, yo dividiría mi entrada en Meta en dos, promedio del 100 y, güey, si llega a tocar el 200. El pedo es, el 200 solo lo ha tocado en el 2022, creo, o leve en el 2020 y en el 2018. Entonces, tal vez lo que yo haría en Meta es esperarme a ver si llega a tocar el S&P 200. Todo se está moviendo un poco diferente. Vea a Nvidia, por ejemplo, de tope a donde ha llegado a bajar 20%. ¿Cuáles son los ajustes promedios de Nvidia? 20%, tío. El cabrón de acá fue el del 2024 y este fue 40 y tantos %. Si ahorita parece ser el fin del mundo, probablemente no lo sea. Es a lo que yo quiero que comprendan con esto. No es fácil adivinar. Lo único que les estoy diciendo yo personalmente con sus acciones de inteligencia artificial es lo siguiente. Encuentren buenos puntos de entrada relativos a lo que están comprando. ¿Ok? ¿Quieren comprar acciones de inteligencia artificial? Yo no compro acciones de inteligencia artificial. Ustedes sí, qué chingón. Pero les estoy diciendo esto por la siguiente razón. No porque es el fondo de la inteligencia artificial. Te estoy diciendo, te están diciendo que este es el pop de la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial para que no compres lo que va a ser el fondo o lo que es el fondo o lo que vaya a ser el fondo. Nunca te dicen, güey, cuidado, que viene el fondo de la inteligencia artificial. Pregúntale a todo el mundo que comió mierda en el 2008. Pregúntale a todo el mundo que comió mierda en el boom, en el boom de las .com. Pregúntale a todo el mundo que comió mierda en COVID. No le dicen a nadie que vas a llegar a esto. Si te están contando y te están poniendo en todos lados que la inteligencia artificial está valiendo verga, es porque te están dando o están a punto de dar una excelente entrada en ella, tío. Volteo y veo a Palantir dónde está. Vean esto, o sea, qué buen ajuste. Para mí el de Oracle es la compra del siglo. Ve dónde está, güey. Ve dónde está Oracle. Si quieres invertir en estas mamadas. O sea, este tipo de caída de 60% a donde está, 60%. En el 2000 esta caída fue de 40%. La caída del 2021 al 22, el mercado bajista culero, fue 42%. El mercado bajista culero al 2024, 22%. Esto solo te lo ha dado una vez en el pasado. Vamos a ver. El 2020 caíste, bueno, vamos a tomar en cuenta el tope de acá. 32%, o sea, tienes que pensar que Oracle de verdad se va a ir a cero, ¿no? Para ver esto y decir, güey, si le quiero meter a algo que tenga que ver con todo esto nuevo, la única ocasión que ha caído más Oracle de lo que están viendo ahorita a ver, vamos a ver una random acá del 2011. 30%. Esta es la del 2008. 40%. Donde cayó chingón, pero chingón, ¿no? Fue la del 2000. Y ahí cayó 83%. O sea, el peor escenario de toda la historia está 20% para abajo. El peor escenario de toda la puta historia en Oracle, cuando no era nada comparado con lo que es ahorita, solamente te quedaría 20% más de caída. Eso quiere decir, si pones $100,000 ahorita, bajaría a $80,000 el valor total de tu portafolio. Y si quieres, puedes meter 50,000 ahorita y otros 50,000 si llega a ese punto. Está ridículamente barato. Y esto es para lo que te están diciendo en todas las noticias, es para que no compres esto. Para que no compres Nvidia. Que de nuevo, ya te dio un bajón de 20%. El mismo que te dio de acá a acá. Para que no compraras Apple cuando te dijeron que iban a subir los precios. ¿Qué tanto bajó? 13%. Es que Apple no baja nada, tíos. Había bajado acá 15%. Es una mamada. Google, no compres Google, ¿no? Porque todas estas empresas que tienen que ver con inteligencia artificial se van a ahogar. Ve a Microsoft, tío, ¿dónde está? ¿Qué tiene Microsoft ahorita que no ha tenido en el pasado, no? 37% para abajo. 26. ¿Es el 2022? Bien. A ver. 39. Güey. Una vez más, 2022 fue 39% para abajo. Esto bajó igual que el 2022 para Microsoft. Y ahí es donde te preguntas, ¿no? Meta empieza a verse bien. Desde el tope al fondo acá fue 34. Vamos a ver. Del tope de febrero del 2025 a los aranceles fue 35, lo mismito que ahorita. Acá fue la grande, 77%. Si te esperas acá y eres paciente, el S&P 200 sería una compra de no mames en Meta. La compra del siglo en la semanal. 40% para abajo. Yo diría que eso es decente comparado con todo lo que has visto antes a esto. Y una vez más, creo que esto puede bajar más el próximo año cuando haya lo de... Va a haber un momento donde todo sí se vaya a la verga, pero eso no es ahorita. Esta caída de ahorita no lo es. No lo es. Porque no te dicen. Normalmente cuando tienes las caídas grandes pasan de la noche a la mañana y nadie te dice nada. Es todo. Y también lo mismo, de corazón se lo recomiendo. Están invirtiendo en Coinbase, en Strategy. Los puedo leer cómo se están poniendo nerviosos ahorita porque bajó tantito, ¿no? Si no creen en la idea de esto o están entendiendo el cómo lo estoy viendo yo, solo porque no les estoy compartiendo los precios es que no lo están entendiendo. Y no les recomiendo nunca invertir en algo que no entienden, porque la primera cosa que haga, que baje y que se comporte en algo tantito diferente, van a volverse locos y van a vender y van a perder todo su puto dinero o una gran cantidad de su dinero. Y no es lo que yo estoy buscando con esto. Estoy buscando enseñarles cómo ver estas estupideces. Nada más. No, güey, la que se ha recuperado cabrón es Humana. No imaginaría. Pero parece que lo médico, por alguna razón, esta no es Johnson Johnson, eso es John Turb. Es JJ, ¿no? ¿O cuál es Johnson Johnson? J&J. Vean esto. O sea, se ahorró la segunda onda y simplemente se fue para arriba. ¿Por qué? ¿Quién puta madre sabe? Pero las médicas se ven bien ahora después de que se habían visto de la verga. Es como que todo está rotando en diferentes sectores de un lado a otro y se están esperando. Pero una caída grande, grande, grande ahorita no hay. Porque todo el mundo la está esperando. No la hay. La que viene y la que nadie ve, y esto se los digo de corazón, un güey que escribió La gran impresión de dinero, ¿no? The Big Print. Ese güey que escribió esto, todo el mundo lo respeta, mamón, gran inversor, la chingada. El güey no tiene ni puta idea por qué barajarían los intereses. Dice, van a tener una excusa. Güey, cambiaron todo el sistema financiero a lo que tú amas. Amas Bitcoin, ¿no? Y no te callas el hocico de Bitcoin. Y Bitcoin esto y Bitcoin el otro. Pero todo el sistema financiero ahora está anclado a la compra de deuda a través de monedas estables. Y no entiende eso tan sencillo. Es como los que me están comentando acá. ¿Cómo ves que esta otra moneda estable nos va? Si no entiendes el concepto de por qué Circle es en lo que yo creo, no compres Circle. Si crees que cualquier noticia, cualquier moneda estable que salga es lo mismo, no lo compres. Les comparto ideas para que ustedes digan, güey, esto tiene sentido por esto y estén anclados. No para que no me pregunten tampoco, pero les estoy compartiendo ideas para ver si pegan en su cabeza y lo entienden. Si no lo entiendes, no lo hagas. De corazón, no vale la pena. Porque en cuanto baje, se van a espantar todos. Todos. Y yo sé, suena difícil de creerlo. No, güey, ¿cómo? Así es como funciona el psique del humano. No sé qué más decirles. Es muy fácil de entender. Pero si no lo comprendes y no entiendes y ves, y esto es por lo que les digo, si no lo entiendes, te van a abrochar pero parado, cabrón. ¿Por qué entonces van a sacar una noticia pendeja de algo estúpido que no tiene nada que ver y instantáneamente lo vas a dudar? Y luego, si el precio baja tantito más, puta, imagínate el miedo que va a haber con eso, ¿no? La idea es sencilla. Compren cosas en las que ustedes se sientan seguros. Yo no le estoy diciendo el sector cripto es lo mejor y la verga, es algo que yo entiendo. Según yo, ¿no? Igual y estoy completamente perdido y lo mismo con Lucid del coche. Igual y no entiendo el sector de coches y no entiendo nada de esto y a la verga. Pero es el sector que yo me siento cómodo porque nadie lo entiende de la forma en la que yo lo entiendo según yo. Es todo. Tengo mi plan A, mi plan B y mi plan C. Y todo va a poder cambiar de acuerdo a lo que ya tengo visto. Si tú no tienes convicciones en lo que estás haciendo, ¿no? Si vas a invertir, por ejemplo, en Tesla, esto yo lo vi 1000 veces, con toda la gente que invertía en Tesla, cuando Tesla estaba en $200, estoy hablando del 2015, 16, un pedo así, estaba en $200 y subía a 300, y bajaba a 200, y subía a 300, o 250, 350. Y cada que subía todo el mundo era un genio y decían, ya, güey, es que yo lo que entiendo en Tesla. Y cuando bajaba vendían todo. No, es que la neta nunca va a funcionar esto. Porque les decía, no, nunca, el coche eléctrico nunca va a servir. Y luego volvía a subir. No, que sí, soy un genio y voy a volver a comprar en 350. Y los sacaban para abajo y otra vez, no, güey, la neta esto nunca va a funcionar. De toda esa gente, muy pocos hicieron un chingo de dinero porque los espantaron. Lo mismo pasa aquí. No vas a comprar algo y en 2 meses va a subir y se va a ir al cielo y la chingada. Lo han visto. No funciona así esto. Tienes que ser más paciente y más estratégico y saber dónde estás en lo correcto y dónde no. Pero tienes que creer en ello, porque si no te van a sacar como a los güeyes de Tesla. Porque si no te van a sacar como a toda la gente en Rivian cuando cayó en $8. Va a pasar una y otra vez con todo. Y es por eso, creo que si van a invertir en algo, si están invirtiendo en inteligencia, y es por eso que yo no invierto en inteligencia artificial, no lo entiendo. Me encantaría decirles que sí lo entiendo, no lo entiendo. Sé que lo que importa es el tipo de cómputo, pero ahora, por ejemplo, en coches, estoy tan adentro en la industria de los coches, consulté para un chingo de empresas, etc. Yo sé que ahora todos somos iguales, todos los que hacemos un video de coches somos idénticos en los ojos de todos ustedes y en los ojos de todo el mundo, ¿no? Todo el mundo se volvió lo mismo porque todos tenemos acceso a los mismos TikToks de 3 segundos donde aprendes toda la información que te sabes. Pero yo me senté con Mate Rimac, me senté con los dueños de las armadoras más grandes del mundo, los dueños, no los CEOs, los dueños. He consultado para empresas chinas cuando empezaron con sus coches eléctricos y para mí el valor que existe en ciertas marcas lo entiendo por lo que yo creo, que va más allá de lo que están viendo todos ustedes en retail. No tengo ese acceso en inteligencia artificial, pero no lo voy a usar. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando lo hice en YouTube, lo de los coches, fue diferente ir a platicar con toda esta gente porque ellos venían a contarme a mis 3, 4 amigos que tengo en fondos que están invertidos en inteligencia artificial, donde si me meto me van a poder decir como insider information. En lo otro no. Pero en esto, tíos, literalmente no me voy a meter, no le voy a hablar a mi cuate que me enseñó su página esa con la que trabaja todo el mundo y que se derivó en otras páginas de inteligencia artificial, bueno, otras corporaciones de inteligencia artificial. No lo voy a hacer porque es muy directo el contacto y muy tal cual. Y si algo me he dado cuenta a través de todo este tiempo es que todo el mundo me quiere pisar si me caigo. Y no me voy a caer, güey. No me voy a caer. Entonces mejor me quedo yo con lo que yo entiendo, viéndolo de cerca, viendo que la gente no entiende, etcétera, y voy a navegar esas aguas así. Es todo. Pero ustedes tienen que hacer el mismo tipo de ejercicio. No van a estar contentos, no van a estar seguros de nada si no se meten más allá de ver videos en TikTok y pendejadas así. Lo que tienen que entender es lo que la gente no entiende. ¿Por qué estoy yo invirtiendo aquí que los demás no ven? Y te lo juro, no lo vas a encontrar en un video de TikTok. Te lo juro por mi vida. O sea, güey, el güey este que escribió The Big Print no entiende por qué vergas van a imprimir dinero. No lo entiende, el güey no lo comprende. Lo dijo en un podcast que acaba de hacer. No veo nunca estos podcasts, pero quería ver si ya habían comprendido algo. No tienen ni puta idea. No entienden cómo el nuevo sistema financiero va a funcionar o funciona. Nada. Está completamente, se lo pasan por la chucha. Y eso a mí me encanta. Porque me dice, ok, hay ciertas cosas que para mí son muy obvias, pero por alguna razón la gente que más respeta a todo el mundo en ese mundo no comprende. Y ahora, lo que puede que sea es que yo sea un pendejo y no entiendo lo que es todo y todos estos güeyes son unos putos cracks de mierda, etcétera. Pero no, todos los fondos que maneja toda esta gente que está súper educada y bien taneada y todas estas cosas, todos los fondos que manejan los llevan en pérdida 5 o 6 años. Los he visto a todos operar, a todos. Todos los güeyes más populares de finanzas que ustedes siguen en YouTube y en todos estos lados, en inglés. En español no conozco a nadie. En inglés. Todos llevan fondos, manejan ETFs, etcétera, donde van en pérdidas enormes. Enormes. Entonces, ¿por qué la gente lo sigue? No tengo ni puta idea, carnal. Pero para mí eso es un signo de, pues, vales verga, güey. Pero todo el mundo sigue eso. Bueno, entiendo el por qué, porque el algoritmo quiere que aprendas lo que ellos aprendieron para que valgas verga con todo. Pero pues yo no toco nada de eso. Yo me quedo en mi línea y creo que ustedes deben de hacer lo mismo, cabrones. Aprendan, 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 aprendan. Tome sus putos decisiones. A todo el mundo ahorita que está preguntándose por qué Bitcoin llegó de nuevo a los 62,000. Long o short. Aquí hay 2 planes. El del retesteo bajista o el retomamos el S&P 200 y nos vamos para arriba. Es tu decisión. Es la diferencia, tío. Te puedo decir qué es lo que voy a hacer yo. No vas a aprender nunca. Porque si me equivoco, fui yo el que se equivocó. Y si la tengo bien, tú eres el genio. Créanme, y no lo digo por ser nefasto, quiero que aprendan. Porque es lo único que me da ilusión de esto, que espero que uno que otro de ustedes esté aprendiendo. Si no, a la verga les cobraría una fortuna por hacerlo de las inversiones porque han visto cómo jala. Una fortuna. Y yo les mando una de estas y les voy a cobrar por cuánto no sé qué al grupo y a la verga les digo qué exactamente hacer. Y me sería más fácil que gastar todo mi tiempo aquí. Pero hago esto para, una, no volverme loco sin hacer nada. Sentir que tengo algo que hacer. Y dos, porque quiero en el fondo que aprendan. Y ya. Porque no hay nada más bonito que aprender. Tener una nueva habilidad de algo. Entonces piénsenlo. Piensen todo lo que estén haciendo, tomen sus decisiones, apunten qué hicieron en sus decisiones, por qué lo hicieron, y llévatela no a la muerte, pero hasta que se cumpla. Y ahí vas a decir, la cagué, güey. ¿Por qué la cagué? O le di, ¿por qué le di? Porque, pues, güey, creí en esto y así me sentí. Eso es lo que te va a hacer mejor en todo. No seguir a un pendejo que ni conoces, güey. ¿Ok? Entonces, una vez más para clarificar lo de la IA, no les estoy diciendo que ya este es el fondo de la IA y todo. Les estoy diciendo que la IA, las acciones de inteligencia artificial, van a rebotar otra vez para arriba fuerte. Cuando encuentren fondo, si es que no han encontrado fondo ya, depende de cuál estés checando tú. ¿Por qué? Porque no te van a decir que no, que esta es la burbuja y te van a hacer que corras. No te van a dar el tip. ¿Ok? No es la caída de la gran recesión y la burbuja de todo que se va a quemar, porque te están diciendo eso. Ciclos de 4 años se repiten idénticos. Estás en un ciclo idéntico al del 2018. ¿Saben dónde viene el pedo? En cómo van a hacer otra vez un ajuste del estilo COVID. ¿Lo van a hacer rápido o lo van a hacer alargado por 2 años estilo 2008-2009? Es la pregunta que tienes para el próximo año, no para ahorita. ¿Ok? Les mando un abrazo a todos, cuídense mucho y nos vemos mañana en clase, perros. Pórtense bien.